Hello. How are we all? Sorry about the delay. Life's crazy right now. So no, the title is not a joke, I'm sorry to say. Title is dead serious. Very, very serious indeed. I'm attaching this to my channel name. I would never joke about something like that. It's kind of a big deal. Kind of a really big deal, actually. Okay. Oh yeah. I know, that's real. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Exactly, this is the Prime channel. Only serious business on the Prime channel. Okay. I would have to get some pretty sizable super chats to be deterred from my present course. I think it's gonna go very poorly for Noah Samsen. Very poorly indeed. How are you tonight? I'm doing quite well, thank you. I got a couple things on the agenda, which I'm looking forward to, actually. Let's see, did I actually name my windows correctly? I did, but I've got a redundant one for some reason. How odd. That's okay. So, no doubt you're all wondering, Sunday, why on earth would you be suing Noah Samsen? For what, and frankly, with what? Well, that latter question is still to be answered, but the for what is not difficult to understand, okay? Noah Samsen, unfortunately, is just too goddamn pretty. And this is unacceptable. Frankly, it eliminates all of our street cred as leftists online. So those are my reasons. And also, in addition to this, disturbingly, he also wears an ice cream man mustache, which, let's be real, is just a horrendous combination. Nobody wants to be confused by that. So those are my reasons. He will be hearing from my team of lawyers shortly. Let's talk about scrolling through my list of names and seeing which ones I'm allowed to see on YouTube. Let's talk about Ethan Klein's reasons. Okay? Let's consider those. So, what a line, what a screen to enter on. Let's talk about Wrinkle McTwitchy's reasons for suing Noah Samsen. He's made a list of claims. We're going to go over some of them on here, mostly because he does them, I think, in pretty short order at the beginning. But we can talk a little bit before we even get into this about the actual reasons, because they're a lot simpler than what he's letting on. And it really has nothing to do with Noah Samsen calling him a Zionist. It really has nothing to do with him calling him a genocide defender. He could probably call him a pedophile, and I don't think Ethan Klein would care, because Ethan Klein is someone who sexualizes minors online. I think fundamentally what it comes down to, really, allegedly sexualizes minors online, I should say. Although, you know what, minors are very, you know, buff, well-built individuals in a very hard industry, so, you know, I can kind of understand the confusion sometimes, but I have heard that Ethan Klein is an appreciator of minors, you know? You know, they got those big, strong forearms, holding the pickaxes. But I think fundamentally what it comes down to is that, you know, everybody who watches Game of Thrones, even people who have no disability or who have no like no physical or whatever types of issues. Thank you, I appreciate that, Brett. No physical types of issues that in any way impede or complicate their social lives or their ability to interact positively with the people around them, to be taken seriously, and so on and so forth. Everyone wants to be Tyrion Lannister. Okay, Tyrion Lannister is just such a cool character. There's no way around that. The problem, though, is that sometimes you're weird looking, and sometimes you got stuff going on, but you're still just incredibly vain and insecure. And once you expose that about yourself, the pride that made you feign to be this more fictional type of self-aware, confident, ironic person, that prevents you from actually attaining any of the self-awareness that conduces to that kind of, smoothness. And so you end up in a situation where everybody knows that you're not just funny looking and disadvantaged in certain sorts of ways, but that you haven't overcome this. And that on top of everything, you are also a fool. And I think, unfortunately, the problem that Ethan Klein is dealing with, the reason why he's suing Noah Samsen, the reason why he is obsessed with these people, despite the fact that really and truly nobody cares except for losers who live vicariously through this drama, is that Ethan Klein cannot handle being such an easily parodyable human. He cannot handle the fact that he is too easy to make fun of, because he hasn't invested in his reputation as a fool or as a court jester or as a comedian. He's invested in his persona as someone who looks funny, but there's more going on under the hood. He's a smart dude. He knows what he's doing. He's not weak. He's not pathetic. He's not fragile. He's a man with a plan. His sense of self revolves around him being the guy who people see online as winning in some sense. The problem is that perception was born on him having interactions with people who are really dumb. People like that Pearl weirdo. I watched that conversation. We were cheering him on in that one because you know what? He was racing against a toddler in a cycling race. They were on a tricycle, just scrambling to move 3 feet, and he's zooming ahead, and it's like, yeah, go Ethan, because we hated that toddler. But now he's against an adult, and it didn't go that well. It didn't go that fast, and so he was staggered by the fact that, sometimes the world resists your ego a little bit. Because fundamentally, and it does need to be, I do need to make this clear, when people call Ethan Klein a Zionist, they are wrong. He's not a Zionist. When people call him pro-genocide, they're wrong. He's not pro-genocide. Ethan Klein is pro-nothing. His defense in all of this was to say, well, actually, I have referred to to what happens in Gaza. I have referred to what's been happening to the Palestinian people as a genocide. Which in his mind is like a knockdown retort, because it's like, hey, I got you. What do you mean I'm pro-genocide? I got you. Look, I said the thing. Except he has spent all of his energy amidst referring to this as a genocide, attacking people for being uncouth in how they criticize a genocide. Which is kind of worse, because you can't even accuse him of self-delusion or of delusion about the nature of the thing that's taking place or of buying into propaganda. No, he has fully aligned with Satan on this. He has decided that, you know what? My feels about how random losers in their basements on their computers think about me as a human, I need those people to think I'm really cool, and that matters more to me than people seeing their kids getting blown up. Which I acknowledge is happening. And unlike my lawsuit, which has some merit, thank you, Brett. Unlike my lawsuit, which has some merit against Noah Samsen, because he is too pretty and he cannot be allowed to persist in this. Fortunately, he's getting up there in years, okay? Twink death is on its way, but I guess twunk death is more accurate. But Ethan Klein's is very clearly vexatious. And we're going to go through some of the terms here, and we'll see how silly it is. Ethan Klein is a public figure. Imagine, if you will, that public figures in the U.S. could be sued for being called Zionists. It'd be perplexing as to why this doesn't happen much more often, right? Thank you again, Brett. And obviously, arguments about the alignments with political movements in media debates between public figures, this is not a basis in the US, maybe in the UK. This is not a basis for a lawsuit. This is vexatious in the extreme, and it'll get slapped down really fast. This is not going to go anywhere. The purpose of this, and the reason why he's talking about this in public like this and making a big spectacle, is sort of the same reason why his buddy Dan Saltman and you know, Stephen Borelli, who left his kid at home after he was overdosing on Adderall. Go look it up; it's real. The reason why these people talk about their lawsuits online is because they are desperately trying to reclaim the perception that they are the aggressor in a conflict that everybody else has left behind. Because fundamentally, at this point, even pro-Palestinian like YouTubers and leftists and so on and so forth, nobody cares about Ethan Klein anymore. Nobody cares about Ethan Klein anymore. He is not a mover and shaker. He doesn't affect anything. Every single thing he's doing here is a desperate attempt to claw back in and say, look, you feel what I do. But the fact of the matter is they don't. They don't. Yes, Noah Samsen is beautiful, but is he available? I'm given to understand from some of the leaks that Ethan Klein has provided that he may well be. I, however, am not. I am sorry to say. That's what all this is about. Because this will go nowhere. There is no justification for such a lawsuit, which is why nobody else is pursuing one. But furthermore, these frivolous, vexatious lawsuit attempts are really about attempting to assert dominance over people online, over small little creators online. And the reason why this is important for Ethan is because he has dominance over literally nobody else. There are some really dumb people who played a really dumb game with copyright law, with Ethan Klein's product, so to speak, which is one of the reasons why we will not be covering much of this at all. With Ethan Klein's product, and they open themselves up to Ethan's petty acts of revenge. But fundamentally, nobody cares about Ethan Klein, and Ethan Klein can't handle this, because for a little bit of time, normal people, non-losers, thought he was cool. They thought, like, you know, his Tourette's and whatnot, he's got those little like twitches going on. He was looking kind of fat. He had his eyebrows gone at one point, but weird looking as he was kind of cool. He was a funny guy who could roll with the punches, and he was on the right side on enough things that people were kind of fine with it. This is why Hassan Piker had a show with him. What he can't handle is that Hassan Piker doesn't need to sue people to assert his relevance in the space. Hassan Piker is irrelevant in the space, but he's a likable guy. He's physically good looking. He's well put together. People like him. He has friends. He doesn't have a reputation for being an asshole behind the scenes. dog collar practices notwithstanding. Ethan is a lolcow. Ethan is a combination of, this is a matter of subjective opinion, so I'll give mine. Ethan is a combination of extraordinarily unpleasant seeming, and potentially very physically unwell. He seems to have no self-control in terms of his emotions, and he seems to have no purpose in terms of his actions beyond attempting to scrape back from the jaws of defeat some shadow of self-respect and dignity. And he won't get them. He also has allies. Ethan only has mercenary soldiers like Deorio. Thank you, Brett. I think even Deorio is not particularly impressed with all this. Because Deorio is dumb, but Deorio recognizes, like, just what a bad precedent this is. Because it's like, he is fundamentally posturing as someone who is anti-genocide. He is fundamentally acting as someone who wants to terrorize people online out of being able to criticize him personally for doing one-sided coverage that provides cover for people enacting a genocide. Also, Nick Deorio, let's be clear, is a very poor ally to have. He is a combination of disloyal and extraordinarily unclever, and he has a large audience, but largely that's because Destiny attracted a very large and very stupid audience during his Red Pill arc, and he managed to, you know, skim a lot of people from that interaction by literally treating Destiny as a source of international and historical information. Please, Steven, sit us down in a circle and teach us once a week so we don't have to crack the books. How embarrassing. Hassan was on LBC today, UK radio. It came across very well. Hassan generally comes across very well. I've got criticisms of Hassan Piker. I think Hassan Piker doesn't know as much as he should. I think Hassan Piker sometimes says and does things that are reckless and stupid. I cannot bring myself to hate Hassan Piker. Can't do it. Likeable guy. Most importantly, I think he's a real guy. Rich, aloof, out of touch in a lot of ways. But he's not a douchebag. Maybe he is. I don't know him. But he doesn't come across as a douchebag. This guy comes across as a douchebag. The people at Walmart variety. Just upscale. You know? Dorio thought this wouldn't happen, so he probably doesn't like this behind the scenes. I saw him talking to Dan Saltman on stream. I don't think he likes this period. Unless I missed a big chunk of that, which I did, because I can't stomach Dorio for more than a few seconds. I don't think he likes it at all. I don't blame him. It doesn't take a genius to see that this is bad for business. This looks bad. It doesn't just look bad. This is amidst multiple now illegal wars with genocidal intent, because it's not just Gaza anymore. Why is Israel attacking Shia concentrated civilian centers in Lebanon? Why? Like, he is taking... You may be confused because this says, look, as of one day, 237,000 views and 6.4 thousand likes. Wow, that's a lot of support, dude. But for 2.5 million subscribers, and that's it. Like, here's the downside. That's everybody. That 6.4, that is everybody. That's everybody you've got. That's spread it across continents. That is everyone. Nobody else supports you. And to be clear, a lot of those people, they don't support you for you. They support you because they don't like Noah Samsen. And Noah Samsen, as we have established, is just way too pretty. And fundamentally, Ethan Klein can't handle that. He can't sue Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker would destroy him. He can sue Noah Samsen because Noah Samsen's a little guy, relatively speaking. Little guy. Bit of a himbo, as most of these people are. Not really equipped to handle this kind of pressure. We've seen him with Vosh. He's not a high pressure dude. We've seen him with Chud Logic, frankly. He's not particularly very good under that kind of pressure. But he didn't need Ozempic to look like Willem Dafoe, and he'll look like good looking Willem Dafoe. There's two Willem Dafoes. There's Willem Dafoe, and then there's and those are two different Willem Dafoes, you know? Chat, Sunday I spent like 7 hours working in the field today. Well, then you probably made enough money to super chat my poor stay-at-home neat ass, so there you go. All right. Enough edging, let's get into this. But before we do,
gender, race, be damned. I come before you a simple man. And that's basically what I want. Know what it takes, souls. Yes, you are being sued. For defamation, a very good case, I might say, which I'm going to be happy to read you excerpts from today.
Do you know how hard it is to win a defamation case, by the way? Against a public figure? When you are a public figure, it is extraordinarily difficult. UK, not so much. One of the things you will notice is that a whole lot of people, public figures in the UK, are not even searchable online. Because the UK is unfortunately entirely bought out legally by billionaires. The United States is still delusional that there is some sense of isonomy amongst its people. So good luck. Frankly, I hope it's not slapped down. I think that'll be fun.
But when his head hits that pillow at night, he can know that he lives in a just world where women are not bullied into silence.
Is Ethan Klein a woman?
It's not about that. Gender equality is at the core of everything I do, and Noah as well.
Listen, we're not going to deny her experience, okay? This is very important.
So take solace, my friends, all of you. Equality reigns in America in 2026, at least in this house. In this house. Women, men of all races and ethnicities are being sued. That's what it means to be American.
Fortunately, I'm Canadian, and so I have no ethnicity.
And I apologize for the horrible optics that suing 3 women. I tried to convince everybody. I said, it's not about their gender. It's about their statements on the record.
I will love a woman.
Their intentions to steal from me, but that wasn't enough. And so I stand before you, a man of the people, a man of all people, genders.
Women.
With lawsuit complaint in hand, Noah Samsen, I am suing you. Pa! Paper on the desk. Hear ye, hear you. Shh, shh, shh. Sleep well tonight, sweet prince. Because gender equality suffrage for all women has been achieved here in America 2026. Thank you. And congratulations, Noah Samsen. You've done it.
To be honest, I liked you better fat.
Excuse me. I got a button now. Talk about freedom.
You know, listen, as someone who struggles calorically myself, this channel has been like the most powerful anti-Ozempic ad campaign I have ever seen in my life.
Yes. And to move on from the gender thing, which is very important, but...
I had a quick question about Noah.
Please.
When you were saying it was hard to locate him, he was on the lam. I don't know if you could say where, but I'm picturing him like in a Saddam Hussein type bunker situation, like kind of like.
Okay, I said he's pretty. I didn't say he's that cool.
He may have
Get
been
his
in a
head
hole
out.
with ventilation.
Where was he? Can you say?
The truth is, I don't know because all I can say is he wasn't on any utilities or rental agreements or anything that any normal functioning member of society would be on, where it would be, you could locate them.
It takes money and resources to be like off the grid, right?
To serve them with a lawsuit. He was off the grid. He was with, as far as I know, he was with Bana Panada and
Like, did you notice how like homeless people they congregate in cities and whatnot because they need resources. They ain't out in the wilderness farming.
and what is it?
Uruguay.
Uruguay. Right. But he's
Bad.
no. It turns out he's right here in beautiful California. Right here. Did you know he drives a Tesla?
I struggle to imagine that Ozempic is all that's resulting in this behavior. Ozempic can exacerbate Tourette's, by the way. I'm not. I think there's some. I speculate there's more going on.
Well, it's not funny. I think people knew that, but they weren't sure if he still had it.
Why is that funny? I don't know. Lots of people.
Because
try
he's
those.
Noah flipping Samsen, champion of the people, out there driving the Elon Musk car.
I love Tesla.
Who is, he's saluting the Nazis guy, right? I mean, he's like the white supremacy X. Guy.
Don't put this on Tourette's. Well, this ain't Tourette's. The coughing and the twitching is Tourette's.
Anyway, let's take a look at the complaint.
It's like with Zizek. And so on. Yes.
But first, let me talk about the Great Wolf Lodge. No, I'm kidding. I guess I should keep it. Let's stay focused here.
Does anybody actually laugh at this guy? None of this is funny. It's not funny. I understand, by the way, as an aside, like, people will watch unfunny streamers for hours on end, and they will laugh, quote unquote, to their jokes. But you need to understand that, like, there's a kind of hypnotic effect that being a part of a group has on people, and they are not laughing because they find this amusing. They're laughing because laughing is what you do to be in the good graces of the person on the screen. It's sort of like how Vosh's community works. He's a daddy figure to them. He hates them all, by the way. He lives in fear of anybody with an identity or with a radical opinion that might, possibly make him the subject of critique if he, for example, refers to his trans audience as subhuman, as he has done in the past. He lives in fear of those people. It's one of the reasons why he's veered towards weirdly conservative reactionary takes recently. He wants your substances controlled. He wants your expression controlled, and so on and so forth. But one of the reasons why people go along with this is because they are profoundly lonely in present day. And when you have somebody on the screen who seems like they're looking at you and reacting to you and occasionally acknowledging you, like a famous person with thousands of people watching, he'll acknowledge you. You made a comment he saw on his screen. He said, yeah, exactly. That's a good feeling. That's a really good feeling. Now, unfortunately, nobody else has that feeling. They didn't care that you were mentioned. They don't think about it at all. Just as you didn't think about the previous person who was mentioned, and he doesn't think about you at all. And in fact, it will take 2 more comments out of tempo with everybody else for him to recognize, oops, person's getting a little too enthusiastic, a little too attached, better set some boundaries, and they will humiliate you in public for that because they hate you, because you are a pay pig. Your role in this equation is to give your hard-earned cash to someone else who therefore doesn't have to earn it hard. But that's fundamentally it. And the people who watch this for hours on end, that's what this is. This is the friends they never had and still don't have. That's the sad part. Once again, like, none of the people who watch this stuff or support this stuff are pro-genocide. They don't rise to the level of having that capacity for deliberate choice. These are people who are ill, who are desperately seeking a painkiller for the vacuous, miserable abyss that is their day-to-day existence.
After that intro, and then we'll circle back around to the Great Wolf Lodge, of which I always have a lot to say. So here's the complaint. stamped by the judge, of course. There's other ways to serve people who are on the lam, by the way. And it's not easy, though. It takes a great effort because you have to prove to the judge that you've exhausted every...
How much do you think he could possibly sue Noah Samsen for? Like, let's think about this for a second. How much can he sue Noah Samsen for? For calling him a Zionist or a genocide defender. Like, let's say he gets him for $100,000, something crazy. Puts him into debt with Noah Samsen's audience for a year. Maybe. Like, what can you actually achieve here, genuinely? If Noah Samsen put out a GoFundMe to meet his legal fees, or something else, he didn't say it was for his legal fees, he would pull $100,000 in a couple days, would be my guess. If he put out a GoFundMe for legal fees, he could just pay it out. And it would not change Ethan Klein's lot in life. It would not change Noah Samsen's ultimately. And the only thing that would happen, if Ethan Klein wins this, is that now Ethan Klein looks like a fucking loser for victory lapping about this, as everybody else goes on their merry way and continues talking about him like the loser he is. It's sad. Because I don't need to make definitive statements about your positions, Ethan. I don't need to. I just need to show you. That's how easy it is. That's why he's so fragile, because he knows that his existence parodies itself. You don't need to write a clever joke about him. You just need to show him for 5 seconds. That's it.
Reasonable, and in some cases not so reasonable attempts to serve them. And finally, your only option is to serve them in the press. After you've exhausted all options, you say, Judge, we've done everything we can. We cannot find this person. And so you get permission. You take out an ad in like the LA Times or wherever saying, hear ye, Noah Samsen. You are being served. This is your notice. Isn't that crazy? But we didn't have to do that, thankfully.
Whatever Ethan could win probably wouldn't even cover his legal bills. Depending on where you are, the loser has to cover the legal bills, but...
That's some good subs right there, boy. Tastes especially good today, brother. Feel hydrated. Now this document...
Feel hydrated. I'm feeling good.
I'll say...
It's 14 pages!
Good guess. It's significantly more, actually.
This ain't Ozempic, guys. I'm just calling it. I don't think this is Ozempic that's causing this.
That would be an anemia.
I don't know. I don't think it's Ozempic, though.
Complaint, actually. 14 pages in this case. I know, Dark Viper, that's an unfathomable amount of text, but it's not about him today. So this document is actually quite important to me.
Okay, Ethan, for the love of God, breathe, okay? Don't miss transfusion day.
It archives and sets forth for the
I
record
saw this, actually. This happened in the Fallout series. I know what's happening.
all the defamatory bullshit that has been peddled by Noah and everyone else across the internet. Baseless,
It's making me cough
disgusting,
sympathetically.
hurtful accusations that I support genocide. So
I don't think Ethan Klein supports genocide. I think Ethan Klein, in his creative, subconscious, indirect way, doesn't not support genocide. Double plus, negative, negative, double plus, negative, etc., etc. You know, it comes around somewhere at the end. Who even knows if I'm making a positive or a negative statement?
this is about holding Noah Samsen accountable as one of the main peddlers of this horrible defamation. But in large, just defending myself, my name.
Sir, are you all right?
And this isn't something that's going to be litigated on TikTok or Twitter, which is where I know
It's going to be litigated on YouTube?
Hassan and Noah Samsen like to litigate such things.
But you post on Instagram.
No, this is going to be litigated by a judge.
Okay. I don't know if it's going to get to that point, Ethan. Have you talked to a lawyer?
And potentially even a jury based on the facts. And I'm willing to put that on the line.
Well, yeah, because you have no reputation left to lose, Ethan. Like, nobody treats you as if you're a person with any sort of dignity or respect anymore.
Here it is.
There it is.
Shall I?
Yeah, please. You shall.
Number 1, introduction. Defendant, and we'll need something real nice, some kind of good music there.
I got you covered.
Maybe
I
the
got you covered,
Haga
babe.
Navila?
Don't worry.
Not that one. The Haga Navila.
Hava Nagi.
Hava. Have a great time, Noah Samsen. All right. Defendant Noah Samsen advocates that the only solution to genocide of Palestinians is the genocide of Israelis, even if they vocally support the Palestinian cause.
All right. That is actually probably actionable. That's probably an actionable statement. That's clear defamation. When has Noah Samsen advocated that the only solution to the genocide of Palestinians is the genocide of Israelis? That is a far more specific accusation than anything I could point to Noah Samsen making. That's insane. Noah Samsen has indicated that communicating verbally with the Israeli population in debate and so on is probably a lost cause because of how propagandized to that population is, because they appear overwhelmingly, according to polls, to be in favor of massacring their neighbors. Exceptions occur. They appear to be a minority. I have issues with the manner in which he came to that conclusion in some cases. He has never advocated genocide against anybody. But here's the thing, and I think Ethan's gone a little cuckoo, because I think he's forgotten something. Namely, that while this is a legal document, and for example, it would be difficult to sue someone for defamation on the basis of the wording of a lawsuit. This is not a lawsuit we are hearing right now. You're not being served. This is a YouTube video. This is a YouTube video in which you are explicitly accusing Noah Samsen of advocating for genocide against Israelis. That has never happened. What? When has he said this? No source, I notice.
Through his entity, Samsen Creative LLC, Samsen published a video on YouTube entitled "The YouTubers Who Backed a Genocide," aka the defamatory video. The thumbnail for the defamatory video depicts various individuals, including the plaintiff Ethan Klein.
And various pedophiles that you associate with, I believe, if memory serves. I could be wrong.
Samsen knew that Ethan ferociously advocated against the genocide of Palestinians. Despite this, Samsen and his business, Samsen Creative, published a defamatory video to falsely paint Ethan as supporting the genocide of Palestinians. The defendant's defamatory video was incredibly successful. To date, it has received approximately 1.5 million views and is defendant's second most viewed video on YouTube. We know. That's the other thing about this. Noah Samsen, when he's not accusing people of supporting genocide. For example, his last video about the war in Gaza, the IDF's plan to return to Gaza with no constraints 1 month ago, it only got 3,000 views. So
what?
The man has quite a vested interest here in defaming people.
He has an interest in defaming people because the video got low views? Good. I think you know what, Ethan? Tell the judge that one. I think that'll work. Okay, if your lawyer disagrees, okay, they're weak. Ignore them.
It's good for business, it seems. In fact, he said as much, which we quote here in this beautiful, beautiful complaint. Gorgeous.
This 14-page, meticulously argued document.
True. It's true what he says, except it's 32. Can we maybe get
32.
Damn, you're good.
meticulous 32-page document? We need Dark Viper saying it.
Please,
though.
for the love of God, get to the point, man.
Yeah. Excuse me here.
No, fuck you.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's in here, but he's quoted as even saying, shitting on me is algorithmically viable. The Ethan Klein crash out industrial complex is booming, he said.
Yeah, that must hurt.
And he, of course, was the original and chief, one of beneficiaries of that industry. So I say cheers to you, my friend. I hope you saved some of the money you made.
I mean, he probably has saved a lot of the money he's made. He probably is actually okay. I look at my finances here. I think he's probably okay, given his view numbers. I think there's a reason why he doesn't make a lot of content, because he doesn't have to.
Damn, that sub hits different today.
Is Ethan dying? We are all dying.
Strawberry lemonade. Damn. Back in stock.
It's like, legitimately, I'm concerned for his health. Like, does he have tuberculosis or something? Like, what is going on here? Like, it doesn't seem like, I could be wrong. Maybe it's just really bad Tourette's, but it seems like he's got, like, something going on with his airways.
Too.
Cheers.
Right, Tom?
Right. Get it now.
Tom Ward, everybody. Everyone's wondering, where's Tom? He's been missing.
I have a
They
regular
missed
job.
you. Yeah, I know, but they miss seeing you.
I miss them.
You have a job?
I do have a job.
News to us.
It takes a lot. It takes a lot of time, believe it or not.
Tom is a behemoth, man.
Oh, by the way, there is the Ann Foster Sterling Sexing the Body reading group taking place in the Discord server right now. If you want to take part in that, that is live right this moment. My schedule is a little bit erratic due to personal issues at the moment, so I will not be present. I'm obviously streaming right now, but I've posted the Discord link in the chat. If you would like to join that reading group, you can jump in anytime. It is very accessible. Go in and ask for the Deep State role, and you will be you'll be able to join the VC.
New sponsor today. It's working. But the kids are on spring break, so it forced me to run out of the house.
Spring break is brutal, man.
Kids at home, dude.
Yeah.
I've got ADD like bad. So it's hard for me to concentrate, and the constant interruptions and the fighting and the
Don't care. You're not funny. None of you are funny. None of you are funny. None of you are personable. I shudder for how your children are going to be when they're teenagers. Here we go.
Collectively, our passionate advocate and his wife, Gila Klein.
Okay, here we go.
Topics. Ethan and his wife, Gila
And his wife, Hila.
Klein. Collectively, are passionate advocates of the rights of Palestinians to self-determination and the
As evidenced where? Where have you shown this? Frankly, when I think of all of your coverage of the Israel-Palestine genocide, I do not for 1 minute associate that with you being strident critics of the regime. I can't remember a single time, except as an offhand remark in defense of somebody else accusing you of taking the very wrong side in this issue. I was saying, no, we said it's a genocide. Look, back here, there's a tweet from months ago. Look, we called it genocide over here. But have you considered how bad Hassan Piker is? Let's talk about that for the next 42 consecutive hours of streaming. Let's talk about that's the real issue. That's the real issue, okay? There's a Baywatch reject with a tiny head over there who called me a mean name. And look at me. I'm struggling as it is, okay? That stuff cuts you deep.
establishment of a Palestinian state. They are vehement critics of the Israeli government and Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Bitch ass Netanyahu.
Prime Minister Benjamin Bibi Netanyahu.
Really went in on the Jew shit there.
Or did we get a Cope and Seethe raid? I'd welcome you, but your host is British, so you are forgiven.
Both before and after October 7th, Ethan and Neela condemned Israel's oppression and violence toward the Palestinian people including explicitly stating Israel's actions constitute a genocide. That would be in direct conflict with Noah's defamatory.
Notice the lack of specific statements. You would have a quote. You'd need a quote. You need him saying something particular. But instead it's they paint. They paint. These vagaries are a big deal. Because where is this taking place? California? Very strong anti-slap laws, is my understanding. This isn't going to go anywhere. This isn't going to go anywhere. This is going to silently disappear into the night. But a whole lot of people are going to think, wow, Ethan's so cool. He's got him. It's like Tyrion Lannister, Tyrion Tollister, Tullian Lannister.
Good for him. Ethan and Hila advocate for a
Twitchian Lannister.
two-state solution to resolve the conflict. Both Ethan and Hila are Israelis. Ethan by naturalization and Hila by birth.
I don't even hate these people, by the way. I think they're sad. I think of Ethan Klein, I think of his existence, and I am filled with sadness. I imagine how can somebody have everything and lose and have nothing at the same time? That's all I think of. It's like, you think of these people, imagine them old. Some of these people, you're going to be able to see them old before you're old. And Ethan Klein's one of them. He's got to be, what, in his 40s, 50s? He looks it. He looks it. He's gonna be old. Okay? He's gonna be in the sunset of his life, and he's gonna look back, and his entire existence, his entire reputation will be, who is that weird guy who coughed a lot on stream and was just constantly spiraling out for years because his rich friend didn't like him that much. Genuinely.
Nearly all of Hila's family reside in Israel. Hila and her family are also Mizrahi Jews, i.e. Jews from Arab and Muslim.
Lock the 1.5 speed behind a pay gate. Can I do that? That would be diabolical. If I can I do that? Can you actually, why hasn't YouTube enabled that yet? That's brilliant. That's fucking evil. Paywall the speed setting? That is foul. I love it.
Muslim countries, who came to Israel as refugees escaping violence and oppression. Both Ethan and Hila know that if Jews were expelled from Israel, the vast majority would have nowhere to go. This is the primary reason why they advocate for a two-state solution.
By the way, nobody serious advocates for a two-state solution, including, by the way, pro-Palestinian actors, for the simple reason that it will not happen. Every two-state solution, quote-unquote, that has been offered has not been a two-state solution. It has been a one-state solution in which the quote-unquote Palestinian state is effectively a province under a two-tiered system of law in which Palestinians have effectively ceded, but with legal recognition, all control over their territory, their borders, their resources, etc., etc. It would be essentially a rubber stamp over their subjugation into perpetuity. Nobody takes a two-state solution seriously because it has never been taken seriously by the other side. Everyone, including the most radical pro-Palestinians, are for a one-state solution in which Palestine, unless they're, paid off by foreign powers, which is also often the case. Iran, for example, does have a vested interest in Israel making very poor decisions in response to Palestinian radicalism. Everyone who is serious and who actually cares about the Palestinian people is for a one-state solution in which Palestinians are given citizenship and rights, and in which they are treated the same by the courts and the police and the jails, and they are not given special tickets so that they to travel on regular roads, and they aren't going through checkpoints and living in effectively a giant concentration camp from cradle to grave. Which, thanks to how Israel treats the Palestinians, is not a very long journey in many cases. 50% of the Gaza population is very young. That's what pro-Palestinian people want. They don't want a two-state solution because that's not on offer. And that will never be on offer anywhere on this planet, because a two-state solution is essentially a solution which gives rise to the existence of a combatant state. Yeah, the Palestinian people deserve a state. They're not going to get one. That's not in the cards. They are never going to get one. Not unless they somehow manage to fight for it, and they don't have the resources for that. Never going to happen. Not in this decade, anyways. That's for sure.
Instead
There's
of
a great book on this. I'll post it. I think we've posted in the Discord server already. There's a lot of good work on this.
say. Samsen makes his position on the Israel-Palestine conflict unequivocally clear. Israel must be wiped off the face of the earth.
Unequivocally clear. Okay, here's the problem. You need a quote for that, buddy. You are defaming Samsen, who I realize I just misspelled his last name. Or did I? No, I'm suing a different Noah Samsen, okay? Common confusion. This Noah Samsen, way too pretty to be sued.
He advocates that anyone who supports the existence of Israel
Nobody reads books, you dumbass. I read books. I read lots of books. That's why I'm overweight and I'm really smart.
is a valid target. He's an adamant believer of there are no bad means, only bad targets. As such,
I'm imagining a judge reading this and just being like, "Sir, when was the last time you went outdoors?"
he engages in the very behavior and rhetoric he purportedly condemns to paint his targets as evil. Wow.
Wow.
Sounds like a bad guy, this Noah Samsen.
Don't want to meet him in a dark alley.
Samsen knows that Ethan has condemned Israel's actions as a genocide. He simply doesn't care about the fact. Samsen brands Ethan as a genocide supporter because he does not advocate for the complete destruction of Israel and Israelis. And again, this is a really important point to clarify and to memorialize here in this
It really is. Yeah, let's hear it.
legal filing, because at the end of the day, I think the majority of people pushing this
The majority of people.
as a genocide supporter narrative is because I don't completely advocate for Israel's total destruction.
I advocate against Israel's total destruction. I think that you have a state system there. I think at this point what you need to do is extend rights to Palestinians, and I think there is a vast culture of insane Southern pro-slavery style bigotry that has saturated Israeli culture that is making the population heavily resistant to treating humans like humans, and that's my problem. I think actually that's the case for most online leftists. I don't know where you're getting this from.
Right. And that's what it takes, basically, to be branded an enemy. The defendant's defamatory video seeks to prove, as a factual matter, that Ethan advocates for the genocide of Palestinians. And it achieves its objective by, one, misrepresenting source materials.
Nah,
two,
doesn't work. He says defends a genocide, and the problem is defending can have many different manifestations. You are a public figure, Ethan. This is not going to go anywhere. This can't go anywhere. There's nothing there.
relying on clearly biased sources, some of which have also spread falsehoods about Ethan.
I gotta pee 1 second. Guys, super chat me. I'm poor, okay? I'm a leftist. Okay, my source check hasn't come in. They lied. It doesn't happen. It's not real. I'll be right back. Also, we'll be on Sunday Dark tonight. All right, who's not dead? Let's press on.
And then 3, through other defamatory statements about Ethan. This lawsuit seeks to prove that advocacy for the Palestinian cause does not require falsely branding advocates of a two-state solution as sanctioning genocide.
What?
To the contrary, doing so...
I really don't think that Noah Samsen has accused you of being pro-genocide because you advocate a two-state solution. That would be very typical liberal cope.
impedes the Palestinian cause because it engages in the very behavior that these so-called advocates purport to condemn. This is exactly what Samsen did, and why the defendants must be held accountable for falsely asserting that Ethan advocates the genocide.
Wait. This lawsuit seeks to prove that advocacy for the Palestinian cause does not require falsely branding advocates of a two-state solution as sanctioning genocide. To the contrary, doing which, you mentioned multiple things. Doing so impedes the Palestinian cause because it is engaging in the very behavior these so-called advocates purport to condemn. Being overly sensitive about the application of the term genocidal? What? They don't condemn that. What?
Palestinians, despite knowing that his statement...
A lawyer did not help write this. This is... $5 since you did this with ChatGPT.
...is false. That's tough. This is just some factual recollections. Plaintiff Ethan Klein lives in California. Defendant Samsen has a California business. Yada yada.
Yada
Defendant
yada.
Noah Samsen's principal business is Samsen Creative, located in Orange County. Yada yada. Bob's your uncle.
Okay, California has some of the strongest anti-SLAPP laws in the country. You are an extremely public figure on an extremely contentious issue. He has a plethora of statements of an extremely invidious and I would say very easily defamatory nature, including in this video, but also outside of it, that he could fire back at you. Like, you're firing with an empty chamber here, buddy. Okay, you're like Elon Musk, but both of your testes have been removed. I don't know what you think is going to happen here. But the judge is going to be polite and not laugh at you, but inside they will be. Or they'll be tired. Either or. This is going nowhere. This is vague, non-specific. Egotistical. There is no room. If anyone's seen A Civil Action, great film. It's with Robert Duvall and what's that Scientologist's name from Grease Lightning? Don Travolta. No room in a courtroom for pride, okay? That's where you're at. The judge would be Judge Judy. I can see the face on Judge Judy reading this.
Now they talk about jurisdiction. This is all very... What's the...
Do we think Ethan Klein tried to find a lawyer and got laughed at by all of them? God, no. But they're paying him a lot. They're charging him a lot. It's like with Steven. Do you think Steven would be constantly on stream talking about his lawsuit if he was winning it definitively? Remember, it's going to be over in, what, a month? A week? A couple weeks? It's 2026 now, buddy. 2026, you're still tweeting about Pixie. It's like you've had a monkey on your back for the entire last year. Nobody wants to talk to you. Your son's out there on social media just clowning on you. Yeah, you won. You won, dude. Well done. But you're aging fast.
The word procedural. Procedural.
Procedural. Procedural.
How's the button? We liking it? Seems to be working good. We got multiple buttons now. When it says slams the button.
I need one of those. I actually really need one of those. Brooks has been telling me I need to get one of those. I need to get one of those. So I'm not like handling OBS with my fingers and constantly changing monitors. That or a third monitor. I do have like 4 monitors. I've got monitors in there. I just need another space for them.
And we don't know which one. We do.
Smash that.
He's just stupid. No, Ethan Klein's not stupid. You need to understand this. Ethan Klein is not stupid. Ethan Klein is not a stupid man. There's nothing intrinsically stupid about Ethan Klein, okay? Ethan Klein is a sad man who's looking into the abyss. He's middle-aged. He's sad. He's humiliated himself and his family and his marriage. Every intimate gesture he publishes that's meant to be heartwarming and so on and so forth is clowned on. He had a tattoo of his wife put on his body. That was laughed at as making his wife look hideous. That's going to hurt you if you're sensitive. By the way, don't put tattoos of people's faces on your body. You're making a gamble there. It's also a very weird thing to do. Just don't do that. In my humble opinion, I can see so many ways in which that can go wrong and which it can sort of ruin things. It's a weird thing to do. Leaving that aside, not telling you what to do. People can put whatever they want on their bodies. I just wouldn't. But this is a man who is seeing the abyss. The youthful days are behind him. The upward climb is over. And now we're just treading water, and the water's changing color and getting warm, and it's not because of the sun. It's, yeah. Please show it again. Yeah, why not? Why not? I'm too empathetic. This makes me feel bad for them. I genuinely feel bad for them. The greatest thing a man can do for his children is to love their mother. Were the shadows under the eyes necessary? That's what I'm wondering. Really captured the weariness after a long day at work.
Button.
Which one? Which one?
That button.
All of them. I could if I wanted to. I won't, though.
Hit the button for me, bro.
Let's see. So, this is just saying the court has jurisdiction. He's in Orange County, yada, yada. So here's factual allegations.
All right, here we go.
Background on Ethan Klein. Ethan, along with his wife, are among the most recognized YouTuber content creators.
Relative to what? Relative to what? What do you mean? Among the most recognized? What does that mean? Because I got to tell you, you ain't Markiplier level.
I mean, if I don't say so myself. All right. We've been around.
Do you mean it's because of your face? It's because of how you look? Like, what do you mean recognizable? I kind of think you're unrecognizable, to be honest with you.
It's not a joke. What, you think it's a joke? You don't think I'm one of the most recognizable?
No, I do.
So why did you laugh?
Because we all like to write our own reviews.
Well, true. Right.
This is the weekly average of the H3 podcast, the thing we're watching right now. It's in the negative. Like, it ain't going too hot. You've been stagnant, buddy. It's not going well.
But that's not a reference to Great Wolf Lodge reviews, are they? Because that wouldn't be a self-editorial.
That wasn't
Like, I don't. There's no experience of joy or fun when I watch these people. It's like every single thing. The only thing they talk about is who else has aggrieved me. Who else can I blame for the fact that my existence is just an unending labyrinth of humiliation and self-loathing? And it's pathetic. Like, do something with your life, sir. Like, it's boring. It's boring, and it's why I say, like, I'm horrifically fascinated, morbidly fascinated by how someone can have everything and have literally nothing. There's so little of them left that even having everything, it's like a bug possessing a mansion. What are you gonna do with it? You'll just scuttle around it like you would if you were in a trash heap. There's nothing there.
You don't know unless you own the Great Wolf Lodge.
I just
want to make a crazy thing to find out.
Thank you, and I just want to make that clear. I do not. Okay. That place would be run much differently. If I owned that place, you know how it would be run? Not at all. It'd be shut down, foreclosed. They'd move on. I'd say I own the Hilton. I have this huge conglomerate. Beautiful hotels. Why the fuck is the Wolf Lodge in my
Well,
porch?
desire is above money. Yeah, but if you have like a very unsophisticated desire complex, you know.
Portfolio. Lock it down. Sell it. Rebuild it. God.
And here's the thing too, like, you need to understand, there's a difference between rich and rich. There is a difference between rich and trash new money rich because you managed to take advantage of current trends and so on and so forth. There is a taste deficit. There is an incapacity for a certain kind of human who becomes exceedingly wealthy and successful to actually properly enjoy that, except as, for example, the poor person who wins the lottery but somehow finds a genie's lamp as well to make them never run out of the money. And so they spend like a poor person, i.e. they spend like a starving person. When I started making money from this channel, I bought too many books. So it's like, oh my God, I can buy all the books I want. I can afford every book I want every month. Books are cheap. Expensive books are cheap. My splurging is like in the $50 range. Books are generally cheap. I'm not an antique collector. I read books for the contents, but that's the thing though. My income increased. I had some more stability. I could do things I enjoy, but that's the catch. I did things I could enjoy. If the stuff you enjoy is garbage, you're just going to get more garbage. That's all. Destiny doesn't understand food. He has terrible taste in food. Why? Because he was fed slop growing up, and that's his comfort, which is fine. There's not a rule saying that someone's food preferences are worse than somebody else's. It's just that Stephen Bennell is incapable of actually enjoying the things that people of the class that he wants to aspire to are capable of enjoying. And I hope this burns him, because it probably does, because he is looked at as poor by actual rich people. Just to put into perspective, by the way, just how fucked your world is, just how like colossally almost Dune, in a Dune way, stratified it actually is. The people who are rich that you recognize, excepting a few prominent billionaires who desperately want to look like professional gamers for some reason, they are poor compared to actual rich people. They are poor compared to actual rich people. And not just in terms of their income. They are poor in the sense that they are even talking about income. They are poor in the sense, they are poor relatively speaking in terms of what they know to consume. If that makes sense. And the truth is you shouldn't care. But they care. So it's funny.
A nightmare.
So gross.
You know, our kids, I'm telling you, the chain of illness spreads. Brucey was sick now, eh? It's ripping through our home like the fucking bubonic plague.
This terrible cough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy. Anyway, let's stay focused here a little bit.
Okay.
Most recognizable.
Like, you might notice something, by the way. Barring the richest men in the world who are desperate to get attention because they consume the tail of the Ouroboros that they have invested in. They consume right-wing media. They are terminally online. They want to be famous in an internet sense. They are jealous of people who are famous and liked. Elon Musk, Thiel, etc. Although Thiel has higher taste. Thiel wants to be recognized in academia. He's not, but he's close. He's gotten close. The Straussian moment was not a good essay, but it wasn't the worst essay. There is an entire class of billionaires out there whose names you never hear. Billionaires, people who control big things that actually change huge parts of huge numbers of people's lives every single day. And they know the value of silence and discretion, and they don't show themselves because they treat the plebs as plebs, not the basis of their sense of self-worth. The Epstein class? Nah, the Epstein class, they talk in public. They talk in public. But if you look up how many billionaires there are in the world, there's a lot more than you know about. It'll surprise you. There's a lot more than you know about. And they do not sit still and quiet. They are active. But their goals are not to be famous. They have the same goals for their persons as they do for their homes. Hidden in expensive areas behind hedges where you don't know they exist. You think the city ends here because there's a big hedge and it looks like it's just barring off, non-property. You drive by on the highway, there's like a big wall, big hedge. What you don't know is that a mile behind that hedge is a giant field and a giant house in the distance. So far, they can't hear you from inside.
Content creators. Through their entity, TED Entertainment, they own various YouTube channels. As you guys know, yada yada. And we also own a streetwear company, Teddy Fresh, as you guys know. We met in Israel 20 years ago. Yada yada. Bob's your uncle. We got married. Moved to the USA.
Okay.
We've been outspoken supporters for the Palestinian cause of self-determination and statehood.
When was the last time you said that?
And we're also fierce critics of the state of Israel, even before October 7th. Noteworthy examples include, on November 11th, 2017, I conducted an interview with Hila. During an interview, we engaged in a nuanced conversation about the Israel-Palestine conflict and expressed strong criticism of the Israeli government and the IDF. Hila also discussed how much she detested serving in the IDF, where she served as a secretary.
As a secretary.
On December 8th, 20...
I remembered something. Hang on. I have heard, and I haven't seen the direct evidence for this, but I have heard that Ethan Klein's wife, Hila Klein, has said that refusing to serve in the IDF is selfish. And I have found it. I have found it, dear children.
Constant IOF apologies instead of finding one critical word about her own service or the IOF in general.
And there's other countries that have mandatory service armies.
Very common.
You're just being racist. If you have a problem with the whole country,
Including,
that's
by the way,
racist.
Turkey has mandatory military service.
Yeah.
Unless you're rich.
If you have a problem with Nazi Germany, friends, that's racist, okay? That's racist. You're racist against Germans.
And my parents were not the rich kind that will pay to get me out. But even if they were, they would not agree to that because they think it's
because they're Nazis.
Important to serve like everybody else in the country. I mean, it's a very selfish move to decide, okay, I'm not going to do it, but everybody else will.
Yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with that, Ethan. Good luck with that. They're very critical of the IDF, but it's selfish if you don't serve. It is selfish if you don't serve. You know, if you don't join the German youth movement for young mothers, okay? Very selfish. Very selfish. Even if you're critical of the quality of the food in their cafeteria.
20, Ethan conducted a conversation with co-host at the time, Trisha Paytas. Shout out to the great Zionist Trisha Paytas about the
I don't know who that is.
Israel-Palestine conflict. He explained to Paytas why she should not be dismissive of the, quote, Free Palestine movement and understand that the Palestinian perspective of the conflict, even referring back then,
excuse me,
referring to Israel's actions against Palestinian people as a genocide and as apartheid. That's not good for you, Noah.
What isn't? There wasn't any reference there. This is so vague. This is so vague. There's no specifics, no citations. I don't even see. There's a footnote here, one, but it's just for where she served as a secretary. Like, here's a crazy thing, Ethan, and this may boggle your mind. But there were pro-apartheid people, right? You know there were pro-apartheid people, right? You know there were people who were pro the separation of black people and white people, right? There were people who were for that. Man.
On May 15, 2021, Ethan made an Instagram post condemning Israel and Netanyahu, in which was liked by Hila because she agreed with it. Let the record show.
But, Your Honor, my wife liked a tweet. My wife liked a tweet, Your Honor.
This occurred during the Unity Intifada.
This is so online. This is like the kind of thing like a shitty 2K sub YouTube channel would argue with another 2K sub YouTube channel. This is like when I was arguing with Stardust, who nobody knows the name of. Like, hey, I only said I used to be a Sargon watcher years ago to talk about like my conservative past. I'm not pro that. Like, the fact that you're even talking about this is intrinsically pathetic. You have to read the actual legal complaint, Sunday Prime. The citations are just literally citing streamers and YouTubers. Jesus fucking Christ.
place May 10, 2021 through May 21. The post was made specifically in response to the IDF destroying the Al Yala building, which housed Al Jazeera and the Associated Press.
Oh, so you didn't really care about the Palestinians. You cared about being a press building. And it's very poor optics, you know, to be pro the destruction of a press building, by the way.
On October 9th, 2023, 2 days after October 7th, Ethan, Hila, and the crew of the H3 podcast discussed how innocent Palestinians would suffer from Israel's reaction October 7th because the Israeli government is barbaric, genocidal freaks. That's 2 days after.
But they're genocidal freaks, but
to serve like everybody else in the me out. But even if they were, they would not agree to that because they think it's important to serve like everybody else in the country. I mean, it's a very selfish move to decide, okay, I'm not going to do it, but everybody else.
It's a very selfish move to decide I'm not going to serve with the genocidal freaks, but everybody else has to. Very selfish move. I mean. Good luck with that.
Genocidal war criminals, amongst other criticism. On October 12th, a mere
Discovery would be hell if this went to trial. Discovery would be glorious. Oh my God. Oh my God, it would be wonderful.
3 days later, Ethan conducted a near 4-hour conversation about the conflict where he described Israel.
Do you know why Hassan Piker and Noah Samsen, all these people, aren't suing Ethan for slanderous, defamatory statements that he is absolutely 100% making in this very video? They don't have to, Ethan. They don't have to. It's a headache. You're a loser. You look like a loser. And I gotta tell you, it's a hell of a thing. It's a hell of a thing to have one of the most successful channels on YouTube, to have millions of subscribers, to make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, maybe millions, probably millions, and to still look like a loser. That's a wild thing. It is a wild thing for someone like me who is grateful when I make $3,000 a month on a good month to be like, Canadian, by the way, don't get too excited, for me to be like, wow, glad I'm not that guy. That's a dark tunnel you've dug into. It's a deep, dark place you're in. We're in King Midas territory. Everything's turned to gold. The problem is, same with your loved ones, same with your future. There's nothing but cold metal everywhere. Just nothing.
Israel's actions against the Palestinians once again as a genocide. Openly wept, calling the images of a Palestinian father holding his dead infant, and called Netanyahu a war criminal, amongst many other statements showing support and empathy for the Palestinian people. It's all right here in blue and black.
Sir. Sir. Half of these are Wikipedia and Instagram links. Look at footnote 17. Or did I miss it? Hang on. What's footnote 7? Has he published this? Can I see this somewhere?
Because she agreed. The 7 incidents with genocidal war 12 out the comment as a genocide. Openly wept, calling the images war criminal for the Palestinian people. It's all right here in blue and black.
It's all blue.
And black. On November 20th.
He's also citing his own podcast. Oh, he is. He is. That's amazing.
Ethan and the crew of the H3 podcast discuss their hope for seeing us.
Your Honor, we think this YouTuber's free speech needs to be curbed. Okay, he made me feel bad. Here's my YouTube video, my own YouTube video as evidence.
Ceasefire and an end to the atrocities in Gaza. On March 2nd.
It's literally a DGG manifesto. Hey, at least he had a point against Keffels. Okay, Keffels was awful. Can we agree with that? Keffels was awful. Whatever else can be said about Stephen Bennell, Keffels was awful, and I'm glad she's gone.
Of 2024, Ethan reiterates that he considers Israel's treatment of the Palestinians to be an apartheid and a genocide. On November 25th of 2024, Ethan had an hour-and-a-half conversation with the Arab online creator Lonerbox about the history of the Israeli-Arab conflict. On May 23rd, 2025, Ethan had an hour-long conversation with Palestinian activist and scholar Ahmed Fouad about pragmatic solutions to the conflict. Ethan Elev also made numerous donations to Palestinian-focused charities.
Palestinian-focused charities. Palestinian-focused charities. Do you know what the Palestinian-focused charity was? The Palestinian-focused charity is a pro-IDF think tank called, what was it called? The Atlantic Council? The Atlantic Council? That was like, it was like sending people to give talks basically about how to divvy up the real estate of Gaza. Let me see if I can find a clip here that sort of goes into it.
A pro-Israeli Palestinian.
Okay, let's see this. Oh, and the guy he brought on was picking his nose live on stream. It's amazing.
Show, and they tried to show that they still care about the people of Palestine by providing a donation link for Gaza. All it says is donate to Palestine. Full stop. Except when you click on the link, it takes you to a donation website for the Atlantic Council, which is a pro-Zionist mouthpiece and a mouthpiece of the American military-industrial complex. And the money doesn't go to bring food to kids in Gaza or anything. It goes to the Atlantic Council. He's literally asking you to donate money to the military-industrial complex.
Not how I would phrase that, but the general point is it goes to a fucking think tank. Isn't he I don't care if he's an Infrahouse person. It goes to a frickin' think tank. It doesn't go to Palestinians. You know, this is why he's calling it a Palestinian focused charity. What the hell is a Palestinian focused charity? And I can't emphasize enough. Ethan Klein is a rich bastard. He makes a lot of money on YouTube, okay? He makes a lot of money off YouTube. He makes a lot of money. These guys are comfy. It would cost him nothing to blow a few $1,000 on Palestinian food programs. Get a few 100,000 peanut paste tubes for Palestinian kids who are currently dying in droves of malnutrition right now, as we speak, by the way. But he cares so much about Palestinian children, he didn't donate to these programs that bring actual food to Palestinians. He found something that doesn't. He hunted for something that doesn't do that. He found a think tank that doesn't benefit the Palestinians at all, so that at the very least he can when he talks to his Zionist friends, he can go like, "Look guys, look, I just did that for the optics, okay? None of that actually went to those kids. Frankly, I hope Donald Trump sells their houses out from under their feet. I hope the entire place is razed to the ground. I speculate is what's going on in his head. I could be wrong. Maybe he is just this stupid and I'm naive. I wish I could be evil, I could be so rich. That's presuming that getting rich is a skill issue, and it's not. Ethan Klein is not where he is because of his skills. Let us be clear. The full legal complaint is linked in stream notes. I may go there soon.
On October 16, 23.
All right, we'll let him deal with his bubonic plague for a moment. Let me pull this up. Oh, nice. We got the whole thing with a bunch of Korea dates ads. Fascinating. Listen, okay? It's not because of my search history. I'm into dudes. Here we go. Let's just go through this. Let's save some time. Apparently, footnote 17 is wild. Whole lot of YouTube clips. Makes sense. Suing a YouTuber. Got a Rob's Media article here. Ethan and Hila have also made numerous donations to Palestinian-focused charities. On October 16, 2023, Ethan and Hila donated $6,500 to a fundraiser for the charitable organizations called ANIRA, Palestinian Children's Relief Fund, Palestinian Red Crescent Society, and Medical Aid for Palestinians. Divided amongst all five. 1, 2, 3, 4. All four. On May 17th, Ethan and Hillary donated $1,250. $1,000, guys. They donated $1,000 to a fundraiser for the charitable organization called Palestine Children Relief Fund. Starkiller, 24-hour stream. You donated to a stream! On May 23rd, 2025, Ethan and Hila donated $1,000 between both of them to the World Food Programme's Gaza Fund and $1,000 to Realign for Palestine. On September 28, 2025, Ethan and Hila donated $1,000 to a fundraiser for the Palestine Children Relief Fund. You know what I notice? With the exception of this one in 2023, these are all in 2025. This multi-million-dollar channel has donated less than $3,000 between 6 different organizations. But you know what? The one they promoted was the Atlantic Council one. And also, these don't evidence anything. Like, what? The evidence is YouTube channel, like, super chats. They didn't even donate to them. 30% of this would have been taken by YouTube. However much else would have been taken through processing. So it's like... This is embarrassing. It reminds me of that Ellen DeGeneres episode where they gave Bill Gates like a 20K like check or something. And in my brain, I read it as like, is this an insult? It's like, it's making fun of him for his quote unquote philanthropy. One of the richest men in the world. He gives a few $100,000. He could solve world hunger. He chooses not to. Chooses not to be rich and also be the person who feeds every hungry mouth on this planet. One man could do that. Here's $20,000. I took that as an insult. That's how I read it. That's what it reads like to me, but it's self-ascribed. This is what I mean. Poor people mentality. You're poors. You think you're successful, Ethan, but you're deeply insecure because you know when you rub shoulders with the rich friends in the clubs you're not allowed to join, you are the poor one. You're Richard and Bunny in The Secret History. You're the poor one. You're the one who has to mooch. You're the mooch. He would wipe his ass to 20K. He wouldn't know that toilet paper didn't cost 20K.
A mere week after the tragic events, Ethan Neal donated $6,500 to a fundraiser for the charitable organizations called...
Ethan hired Rambar Nassim to represent him in this. His lawyer is milking Ethan with his sloppy work. Whatever lawyer he has is milking him. There's no way in hell this goes anywhere. There's no future in this.
ANIRA, Palestinian Children's Relief Fund, Palestinian Red Crescent Society, and medical aid.
By the way, I haven't shilled in a solid 2 hours. We have extra patron streams that you can't see on YouTube. They are on Patreon. The links are on Patreon. It is $5 a month for the lowest tier. If you want to help support this content, help support especially the pre-prepared content and so on and so forth, we have theory streams and history streams and so on and so forth on Patreon every Sunday. Please consider joining. It helps me run the channel, helps me pay my editor, and so on and so forth. We will also be live on President Sunday Dark later tonight, linked at the bottom of my front page. We will be going over some less serious stuff. We're going to be going over some Judith Butler responses, actually, after this segment. But please consider joining there. And tonight, I believe we will be starting either Resident Evil 2 Remake or Resident Evil 7, depending on what the poll outcomes were. I may make an executive decision and do Resident Evil 7, because between you and me, I kind of want to play that one. But that's just me. I really listen, last week we did a Resident Evil 9, and accepting, the overdrawn out Raccoon City section, phenomenal game. Phenomenal. The best writing in the Resident Evil series so far. I love the Grace sections across the board. Even the lesser ones later on, they were so good. Resident Evil 7 seems like more of that, so I'm looking forward to that. But so fucking good. There will be video with a Bergson focus on Resident Evil 9 very soon. But I digress.
For Palestinians. On May 17, Ethan Neal donated $1,250 to a fundraiser for the charitable organization called Palestinian Children Relief Fund. On May 23, 2025, Ethan Neal donated $1,000 to the
So you're making me do it now.
World Food Program's Gaza Fund and another $1,000 to Realign for Palestine. On September 28, 2025, Ela and Ethan donated $1,000 to a fundraiser, once again, for the Palestinian Children Relief Fund.
I don't know where that came from. I'm so sorry.
Critically, on January 31st, Ethan Neal...
It's like sympathetic. I can't help it.
Through their production company, released a feature-length documentary
called
Content Cop. Content Nuke.
Your Honor, they released a video called Content Nuke. Hassan Piker, the nuke.
Piker. The nuke documented how the
Your Honor, they made me feel really bad.
Political
Your Honor, did you see Hassan Piker's sword? Did you see his sword, Your Honor?
Streamer Hassan Piker repeatedly supported terrorist organizations.
Did you see his anime sword, Your Honor?
Namely the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas. And during this video, Ethan repeated and emphasized his condemnation of Israel's treatment of Palestine. Sounds pretty robust.
It's like how audio is contagious. I literally read that comment and I yawned. I'm not kidding.
This is the problem for Dear Noah.
This is the problem for Dear Noah.
He can speak in inferences and suggestions and innuendo. But at the end of the day, my friend, in court, we got to talk about the facts on the paper.
Right. Now translate those innuendos into facts, Ethan. Go on. Translate these vague innuendos into facts. Tell the judge this is absolutely how this would be interpreted. Organically, biologically, by a human brain. There's no other way to read this. Oh, but there is. But there is, friendo. You know, your brain's full of lipids too. One does wonder what Ozempic does to that. I'm just saying.
And you're going to have a really hard time, as you did in your video essays, honestly proving that I'm anything you said I did. I look forward to you attempting. Before I move on to the next part here, Noah Samsen and Samsen Creative as a fact-finding mission here. Let's first, before thanking our sponsors, as a way of putting a little bit of a friendly separation here, read my review of the Great Wolf Lodge of Southern California. I said of it 3 days ago. I really didn't expect anyone to see this. You will get sick.
Actually, I researched that as soon as I started talking about it. Apparently, studies show it actually increases cognition, which means Ethan Klein's baseline must be terrible, a terrible thing. Oh dear.
You will hate it. This is the absolute worst place on earth. Trust me. Do not take your family here. I swear I added another line. Take your family here if you hate them. Be that as it may, it has 1 star. I'd give it less if I could. 20 hours ago, they responded, actually. We're truly sorry to hear about your experience. If you were, you'd shut it down.
Wait, what? What?
As a fact-finding mission here. Let's first, before thanking our sponsors, as a way of putting a little bit of a friendly separation here, read my review of the Great Wolf Lodge.
What is the Great Wolf Lodge? What is this? The Great Wolf Lodge, America's largest group of indoor water park resorts.
Of Southern California. I said of it 3 days ago. I really didn't expect anyone to see this. You will get sick. You will hate it. This is the absolute worst place on earth.
Maybe that's because you have dog shit in your studio and it maybe contaminated your food before you left. Maybe it takes a couple of days for that to manifest as illness. I'm just speculating. But, you know, maybe you want to look into that before you try to destroy someone else's business, you fucking parasite.
Trust me. Do not take your family here. I swear I added another line. Take your family here if you hate them.
It's a water park. Water parks get people sick. You have a bunch of people in low dress sharing a pool of liquids.
Be that as it may, it has 1 star. I'd give it less if I could. 20 hours ago, they responded, actually. We're truly sorry to hear about your experience. If you were, you'd shut it down.
You personally had a bad experience, therefore they shut down their whole business? Sir, you have dog shit in your studio. You talked about this on stream. You have dog shit in your studio. I don't believe, and I could be wrong about this. I don't believe you are the kind of person who changes his shoes when you walk into your studio, when you walk into another person's home. I think you're the kind of guy who lets their dogs shit in your studio, lets it smudge into the carpet, because I've cleaned for rich people before. Fun fact, rich people are tremendously less hygienic than poor people. Why? Because they're used to paying somebody else to clean their houses, so it doesn't occur to them when things are contaminated. I got a feeling you all got sick at home, went on vacation, it manifested while you were there. What's the goal here, Ethan? What's the goal here? Like, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, look at you. Look at you, buddy. Like, nobody, you're a wrinkly old Karen. Stop it. Stop it. Karen Klein.
Some wrongs can't be righted. Wolf Lodge. We'd appreciate the opportunity to look into this further and assist you directly. To better understand the situation and support you accordingly, please send us an email. Blah, 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 with your reservation number and review. I'm not doing that. Because there's nothing you can say that is going to make me and my children unsick.
Well, you could not let your dog shit on the carpeted floor of your studio and then walk with those same disgusting contaminated shoes into your living room where your children are playing. Maybe, possibly. Just a suggestion.
Nah, we
to
ain't doing that.
reclaim the week of our lives that you stole from us.
See, the thing of it is, though, is that this would be funny if someone with a sense of humor and a sense of self-awareness and humility actually had made this joke. But the problem is, though, is that Ethan Klein is severely brain damaged and doesn't realize that this is actually him. That world's greatest crime meme, that is you. This isn't Ernest. This is you. This is you. There's no layer of separation here. You are just the gross Karen, the person on the way out, who made a lot of money when you were hot shit, and now you're just covered in hot shit. And now you're going places trying to put on airs, but nobody cares. Nobody thinks about you. You're like you're trying to flex your muscle in any way you can. Hey, this famous person doesn't like this resort. Buddy, have you seen yourself in a mirror? The resort, the staff were grateful when you left. You horrified them. You're an unfunny, deeply unwell, obsessed with prior success and its loss. Loser. You're a loser. You have everything and you can do nothing but keep your numbers in the red because nobody likes you. Real people don't like you. You're washed up. Shriveled.
There's nothing. Wolf Lodge.
Like, I would fucking go to a bar with you as my wingman because I look smooth by comparison, which by the way is a statement.
Here's the final Lodge all complaint with you. Fuck you. The final Lodge.
Well done, Ethan. Yeah, you showed them.
Audio button. I just did the audio button. There's a whole bunch. Well, not a whole bunch actually. This is all I've left over the years. and it's quick. And also, of course,
He just goes to businesses. Everybody is just fighting through the smell, I can only presume. It's like, I'm sorry, Mr. Klein. Here, take a $50 coupon. Just get out, please. You're scaring away our other clients. This guy would be shoveling shit out of desperation if he had to compete with actual workers in any capacity. It's genuinely pathetic. Genuinely pathetic. You know, Hilla Klein still wins out for being in the IDF because at the very least, I'm sure she had a job at some point. I'm sure she had to actually, like, perform to a minimal degree of level to hold her position. Like, dear God. Should probably, like, recenter this. There we go. Hey, I gotta pee. Be right back. All right.
Closely follows my 1 and 5-star policy to enact change. And I mean, when are you going to leave a review? I'm not leaving like 3-star reviews. I have a.
I think we get the gist. This loser is. This isn't going anywhere. This isn't going anywhere. Like, what else we got here? The second defamatory statement is Samsen's false factual assertion that Ethan spreads atrocity propaganda. He shares the Hamas rapes hoax, the same hoax that was used by the Western media, the U.S. government, and the Israeli government to justify genocide. No elaboration. The third defamatory statement is Samsen's false factual assertion that Ethan spreads overt misinformation. That's a matter of opinion. It's not going to go anywhere. The fourth defamatory statement is Samsen's false factual assertion that he spreads long debunked Nakba denialist talking points. Good luck with that with a California judge. The fifth defamatory statement is Samsen's false factual assertions that Ethan cites sources that contradict his own claims directly. Matter of opinion, doesn't matter. Sixth defamatory statement is Samsen's false factual assertion that he spends 20 minutes in the video smearing a 19-year-old survivor of the US-backed Saudi genocide in Yemen as a terrorist with zero credible evidence. Interesting. Good luck with that one. Once again, like, matter of opinion. This is all so easily... Oh, I'm sorry. Like, these are all political statements. You would need some declaration that he was guilty of a crime. Bluntly. You would need a statement to the effect Stephen Bennell shared recordings of people he had intimate relations with without their consent to a minor, and you would need that to be false. Unfortunately, in Stephen Bennell's case, those claims are not false. They are true. They are actually a matter of public record now. You can see them in court documents. But that's the kind of thing you would need. Samsen's tone is serious and earnest. Listen to this. Samsen intended for his statements to be assertions of fact. First, Samsen holds himself out as an expert in the Israel-Palestine conflict. Noah Samsen has never characterized himself as an expert in the Israel-Palestine conflict. So this is going to be laughed at. Second, to buttress his imprimatur of authority on the subject, which has not been proved, Samsen will inundate his audience with a kaleidoscope of citations, most of which he misrepresents or are wholly unreliable. No judge is going to care to go through that list. This is embarrassing. I can't stress this enough. Like, there are ways to fuck with someone legally. Do you know why Noah Samsen and Hassan Piker and all these people aren't really bothering with this? Because this is a joke. This is a joke. This is embarrassing. The first defamatory statement also falsely portrayed Lonabox. So? Is Lonerbox suing Noah Samsen? What? What is the... No, Lonerbox is also not suing Noah Samsen, by the way, for similar reasons. There's no basis for it. It would be a laughable waste of resources and time and complete destruction of your credibility. Although, granted, Lonerbox seems capable of doing that without, that assistance. Yeah, wasn't he like outed for like cheating and not wrapping it up recently, Lonerbox? Apparently his mods were like hastily deleting super chats that were pointing out like, hey, don't you think it's kind of problematic that you were sleeping around with people and not telling me while you weren't using protection? Don't you think that's kind of fucked up that you would be endangering your partner like that? Lonerbox actually said Ethan fucked up in the doc. I'm not surprised. It doesn't take a genius to figure that out. Lonerbox is a genocide apologist, 100%, by the way. I would say more so than Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein is just pathetic. That's the thing. It's like I don't even view Ethan Klein as like pro-genocide. I view Ethan Klein as just a fundamentally pathetic human being. Like, I feel sorry for him. I feel pity for him and his inability to get outside of his own rotten head. It's a damn shame is what it is. Ethan Klein doesn't have insight into his own cognitive disabilities. It's really sad. It's genuinely sad. He doesn't realize what he's doing. He has no like meta awareness. Lonerbox is meta awareness. He's just a bad person. There's like nothing here. There's nothing here. Like, we're going into internet drama. No judge is going to care about this. No judge is going to care about this. Look at all these YouTube quotes. Nobody cares. You needed clear statements. This person accused me of such and such. They said it so here. Crystal clear language. They bumped into the ceiling that has to be washed and sterilized. They stole fizzy lifting drinks. That's what you need. It's pathetic. Those businesses you gave 1-star reviews to, they probably have a better case for defamation than you do. And they'd probably get rewarded for it, actually. Sunday, did you read Beast Processes, I don't know who that is. Script for a video he made debunking Learnbox's claims about genocide. BB was a Palestinian YouTuber LB collabed with before 10/7. No. I'd be down to chat with him, though. That sounds like an interesting person. I would be very down to talk to that person. That sounds interesting. What is this? Someone sent me a link. What is this? Link's not working. What the hell is this? This is from 3 weeks ago. Filmed by Yobel Prize. What? Ex-Israeli spy exposes the dark truth of the Middle East? Interesting. Oh, he's talking to a pedophile. How fascinating. Why are his arms so small compared to his head?
Hello, sir.
Interesting. We'll look at that another day. Or chat vote. Are we doing the bad Judith Butler take, or are we doing... There was another one recently. A part of me, because we're at the 2-hour mark, and I try not to stream beyond 2 hours. A part of me wants to raid into Morbid Zoo. Read some Butler, get that Butler segment down. And then we'll be live on Sunday Dark tonight. Because I also want to make some, video essays, because it's been a little while. It's been 3 weeks since the last one. I've been meaning to get some out. Some fireside chats out. So a part of me wants to do this after. It's 47 minutes. I'd like to give it some time. What do you think, chat? I'm gonna take the highest super chat in the next 10 minutes as my decision. Do we continue and do we cover this ex-Israeli spy talking to Destiny? Or do we raid Morbid Zoo and we do our President Sunday Dark stream later? And I work some more on a video essay. Highest super chat wins. You got 10 minutes, okay? Elder Scrolls in the meantime. Open your wallets, open your hearts. I know, right, Jumped? Also, Morbid Noob, well, she gets great views on her video essays. She hasn't cracked the streaming yet, so I'd like to help her out, you know? Nice like that. Rather do Butler, hate Destiny shit. Lisa wants us to do Butler? What? Bad Judith Butler take? It's an interesting Bad Judith Butler take. It's a critique by another academic that I haven't seen before. I think I may have heard about her recent, like in brief, but I haven't seen someone actually go on to it. It's a Lacanian critique of Butler. I'm a little bit curious. It's these guys. Tiny channel. Not a big channel. A couple big channels, actually. But they all have books in their background. They're my species of people. No, not Nussbaum. It's not Nussbaum. It's Kopchek, I think her name is. No, they're awful. That's what I hear. I hear they're awful. But I like awful. Awful is content. Alright, guys. Highest super chat chooses, okay? I'm gonna give you a poll. I'm gonna give you a poll. We live off these. This is how it works. I'm sorry. Biggest super chat in the next 10 minutes. Destiny versus Israeli spy versus bad Judith Butler takedown philosophy. Boom. Biggest super chat wins, okay? Got 10 minutes, I'll be right back.
$5.75. Destiny. Will be glorious car crash content. Also, have a beer on me. At Smith Black 5945 super chatted $20. You were born to suffer. Destiny.
All right. Well, it looks like Destiny won, unfortunately, sadly. Ex-Israeli spy exposes the dark truth of the Middle East. This bookshelf is all for show. I hate bookshelves like this. You can tell. You can tell. It's like an obligation. People in this situation always have these massive, massive shelves full of like these ornate, overly produced volumes, all arranged according to style, not according to subject matter. And what you'll notice is they never pick them up. I pick up my books on stream. I talk about them. I pull them off the shelf. I talk about them. Okay? These books never come off the shelf. They never come off the shelf. They're for show. All right, here we go. We're gonna watch pedophile and genocidal maniac violence. It'll be fun.
I'm really excited.
And very quickly, thank you. I should be blaming you, actually, not thanking you. Thank you, Smith Black, for the $20. You're born to suffer, Destiny. God damn it. And playing Gilly, thank you for the €5. Destiny will be a glorious car crash content. Also have a beer on me. I can't drink beer, unfortunately. Drink beer makes me blow up. A lot of people were asking, like, Sunday, have you lost weight? No, I just don't drink beer anymore. Beer causes me to inflame across the board. I look fatter on beer, is what it is. Sunday feels his books. I also smell my books, all of them, because the new ones, they smell glorious, and some of the old ones do too.
That Dr. Mordecai Kadar has invited us into his home in order to have a conversation.
You invited a man into your home who's currently in court because he can't help but share illicit images of people he has sex with children. Mordecai, just a heads up. Just a heads up, Morty.
Dr. Mordecai Kadar has invited us into his home in order to have a conversation. And we're just going to be going over, I guess, basically your...
Check the details I gave you in DM swap. Mordecai Kadar's life project is advocating for concentration camps for Palestinians and the balkanization of the Palestinian territories. He was in IDF military intelligence for years and is a lecturer at a top Israeli university. Well, I, for one, am glad that their primary American liaison at this point is this disgusting wretch.
History working in Israel, and then just your general thoughts and opinions on the conflict between Israel, Palestine, the rest of the world, it seems like right now. Do you want to go over real quick your background in Israeli intelligence, as much as you're comfortable saying?
Well, I was born in Tel Aviv 71 and a half years ago. To a family, my father and my mother originally
is that your life in Israeli intelligence?
Came from Poland. My mother tongue was Yiddish.
Video not showing? Oh shit.
But I fell in love in Arabic, in the Arabic world, Arabic culture, Islam, thanks to a great teacher named Dov Iron, may he rest in peace, who was my Arabic teacher in the high school between the 9th and the 12th year. And because we learned Arabic, a group of 13 kids, we learned Arabic very seriously. We went like en bloc to serve in the intelligence when we were recruited in 1970, when we were 18. I spent and served in the intelligence 25 years. And I was released in 1995 in the rank of Brigadier General, I think, what you'd say in the States. Meanwhile, I started my academic career, BA and then PhD in the 90s. I finished my PhD in 1997, and I became a teacher in the university, Bar Ilan, for 28 years. I retired 2 years ago. Meanwhile, I published my PhD in this book in English, Assad in Search of Legitimacy, which actually analyzes the Syrian press from the linguistic point of view. Because here in the Middle East, it runs in Arabic. And if you master Arabic, really well, you can penetrate
Okay, let's see here. So this is Mordecai Kadar. This is the guy. In July 2014, he said the threats to kill or imprison terrorists are an ineffective deterrent, stating the only thing that deters them is if they know that their sister or their mother will be raped in the event they are caught. A further joint statement by Kedar and Bar-Ilan University further clarified his point, saying he did not call and is not calling to fight terror except by legal and moral means. Why would you say that, though? Why would you say that, though? And what would be the basis of saying that? Precisely. Kedar said in June 2008 on Al Jazeera that Jerusalem belongs to the Jews, period. That's strange because it seems to have a lot of Palestinian citizens and a lot of Palestinians whose homes were stolen to establish it. Cancelled speeches. In December 2014, the Finchley United Synagogue in London cancelled a speech by Kedar that had been organized to the local chapter of the Zionist Federation. On the same week, scheduled appearances at 3 Jewish schools were cancelled after protests regarding his association with Pamela Geller, an anti-Islam organizer from the US who was banned from the UK the previous year. The UK, by the way, is not a staunch opponent of Zionism. They're actually kind of the originator of it. The cancellation was met with mixed reactions. The Federation chair defended Kedar. The Zionist Federation defended Kedar, amazing, and said that he had been the victim of a smear campaign, while political scientist Michelle Pinto-Duchinsky, I don't know who that is, said that Kedar was toxic for interfaith relations in the UK. Kedar has been on the board of advisors of Geller's organization, Stop Islamization of Nations, Scion 19. Her blog, by the way, is called Atlas Shrugs. That should give you a sense of the tenor of this material. What's sort of been happening, some people have sort of been attentive to this a little bit, is that when you have people like this, okay, who are in court because they can't keep it in their pants, because they have low discipline, they have low moral character, and they become sort of infamous in the circles in which they operate for being unscrupulous. And this is all a very polite way of saying he's a pervert who takes videos of people he sleeps with, uses his position to entice people to sleep with him because he wouldn't be able to otherwise because they aren't attracted to him, and then he shares this as evidence of his sexual prowess with anybody he can, including children, when they appear and are appear willing. When people like this want to salvage their reputations and look serious, they find people like this who are in a similar boat, and they talk with each other, because two morons, and I cannot stress this enough, if you are a viewer of DGG, unironically, and you do not watch this as a joke or for content, if you watch this because you take anybody in that community seriously, if you take Destiny seriously, anybody associates with seriously, if you take these people seriously, I do not have a TOS-friendly way of expressing to you how fundamentally botched your brain is. I do not have a way of expressing to you how stupid you are. You'll just have to live with it. I got nothing for you. I don't have a cure. I don't have a method. You are beyond the reach of sanity. Your pathway towards being a functional human being is a long, dark, and treacherous one, and it's one that I blessedly do not have to traverse myself. So I have no guidance for you. Just, Godspeed. For these people, they see, look, my favorite greaseball on the internet is talking to a guy with glasses in front of a bookshelf who isn't called President Sunday because President Sunday, ruined his chances at mainstream appeal. You're welcome, Steve-O. He's serious. Look, he's talking to smart people. Guys, he's talking to smart people. Boy Wonder is talking to 36-year-old Boy Wonder is talking to smart people. We're moving up in the world, guys. We're doing it. Don't know what it is, but we're doing it. If you're part of that cult, this is a big deal. This is the stuff I listen to while I'm on the toilet. It's going places. That's the feel. It's not, by the way. It's really not. It's actually been going steadily down for a while now. It ain't going back up. There are new people popping up. It's been a little bit of time. The world turns, life moves on. There are smarter, funnier, cleverer people who will take your place soon. But that's the feel. That's what this is fundamentally about. Nobody who is serious, whose career is not on the downturn, who isn't an apologist for what is pretty globally recognized now is a fascist regime that has gone completely insane, wants to be in the room with either of these goons. Nobody wants to be in the room with these people, but they want to be in the room with each other because they mutually launder each other's dirty underpants.
9th and the 12th year. And because we learned Arabic, a group of...
There's a coin flip chance Gavin Newsom would go on stream with Destiny to attract young men to his cause. I hope so. I really hope so. I really hope so. Genuinely, I hope Gavin Newsom goes on with Destiny. I think that'll be fun. I think that'll be a fucking lark is what I think it'll be. I think that'll be great. I really hope that happens.
Kids. We learned Arabic very seriously. We went like en bloc to serve in the intelligence when we were recruited in 1970 when we were 18. I spent and served in the intelligence 25 years. And I was released in 1995 in the rank of Brigadier General, I think, what you'd say in the States. Meanwhile, I started my academic career, BA and then PhD in the 90s. I finished my PhD in 1997, and I became a teacher in the university, Bar Ilan, for 28 years. I retired 2 years ago. Meanwhile, I published my PhD in this book in English, Assad in Search of Legitimacy, which actually analyzes the Syrian press from the linguistic point of view. Because here in the Middle East, it runs in Arabic. And if you master Arabic, really well, you can penetrate the minds and hearts even of people. But for this, you have to master the language. Without language, forget it.
We have this problem in the West whenever the Israeli government is publishing videos from either, usually stuff relating to the war in Gaza right now. You'll see in every comment section, people are fighting a lot over, what was the last word, like Shabia? For like a...
Sabiya.
Maybe, yeah. For like...
Sabiya.
Yeah, for women that are taken captive, does it mean adult woman? I think for the Israeli translation, they had written in parentheses, like women that can bear children, basically. And a lot of people took issue with how this was phrased, but yeah, just that was over a single word.
There are two words in Arabic which to the Westerners sound the same almost.
Mm-hmm.
One is Sabiya, which is a young lady.
By the way, the book is the One State Reality, What is Israel/Palestine? It's edited by Michael Barnett. Highly recommend. It looks like this. If you want to read up on this, if you're not familiar at all with the Israel-Palestine issue, I cannot recommend enough Rashid Khalidi's The 100 Years War in Palestine. I would actually also recommend Benny Morris's Righteous Victims. Even though Benny Morris is a fascist psychopath in present day, he wrote a pretty good critical history before he was corrupted in the last few decades. But this book, though, The One State Reality, What is Israel/Palestine? If you want a very grounded, realist appraisal of the situation and the viability of a two-state solution, these essays are really, really good. These are really good. Cannot recommend this enough. I occasionally have like a subscription to Foreign Affairs, not because I like Foreign Affairs as a publication generally, but they have like a lot of, not that I dislike them, or just Foreign Affairs is weird. So Foreign Affairs doesn't publish academic papers. What they do though is they get a lot of like really high level, well-respected people in their respective fields writing articles explaining current affairs, and they will typically provide really good guidance for further reading, and that's typically what I use them for. They have great book recommendations. I found this one through that. This one's really good, though. Really good. One of the best contemporary political science books relating to like an ongoing issue that I've read.
Young lady. And Sabiya, which is a captive lady. Now, captive lady means a lady which you can use for any use. And the question is, what did they say in that
Destiny got really excited at that phrase.
movie? Do they have Sabaya, means a plural of young ladies, or plural of Sabaya, means plural of captive women, which you can use to any purpose? Apparently, I heard it. It sounds more like the second one.
Sure.
Women which you can use or abuse. By the way, I have a clip on my computer. I think that the people of Daesh, of ISIS, are talking the same way about Yazidi girls which were brought to them. So it's the same mindset. Hamas and ISIS.
Do you think that as somebody
Why would that be the same? What? What?
who studied Arabic really well and can speak fluently
Yeah, search both their hard drives, frankly.
and read the language and everything, do you think that there is a failure sometimes to distinguish in Israel between different Arabic countries or communities, or do you think they all get lumped together, or do you think there's like an appreciation of the differences between?
By the way, when they say women who can bear children, they don't mean an English Western American law definition of woman, just to be clear.
All of them.
One has nothing to do with the other. The Arab nation is sharply divided to peoples, as we say, like the Moroccan one and the Algerian one and the Egyptian one and Iraqi and Syria. But in these countries, they are again sharply divided according to the clan, in many cases, according to the religion. You know, in Lebanon, the Christians are speaking different Arabic than the Druze or the Muslims. Once somebody opens his mouth, you know who he is and what he is. Here in Israel, you can hear differences in their pronunciation.
Destiny adds nothing to the conversation. I can't imagine why he would add anything to the conversation. He doesn't know anything. Like, one of the frustrating things about this entire last little bit as like a politics creator is that like these assholes are basically using their existing clout in unrelated areas to try and insert themselves into conversations about which they know nothing. Stephen doesn't know anything about Israel-Palestine. He started out with a pre-established position of being pro the displacement of all of the Palestinian people before he even knew what landmass Israel was on. That's intrinsically embarrassing. Like he's you need to understand, like, Destiny has a reputation for being a good debater because he ambushed people who were not debaters who were stupid, like JonTron. Destiny is not a good debater. He's an idiot. He's an idiot. He is one of the dumbest people, like lacking basic common sense. He's a moron. You should not trust this person to frickin' like manage a garbage truck. He has no idea what he's doing in any interaction. He is incredibly stupid. The only reason why you would invite this person into your house is because he has a large audience of very dumb people and you are trying to launder your reputation because you are frankly associated with murderers and pedophiles and rapists. That's it.
Of Arabic in different villages, different Arab neighborhoods.
Yeah, exactly. He's saying now that they speak different Arabic, but before he argued that the word captive women means exactly the same thing between Hamas and ISIS. It's insane. It's insane. These people are really dumb. The people on the screen are really dumb. Like all these books, these are for show. He does not read these. These are not for research. These are not for study. These are for show. He buys them to look cool on his shelf. That's why they are all pretty. That's why there aren't like. That's why notice they're all in sets. Look how many of them are in sets. Look how many of them are in nice, pristine sets. Look how all of them are hardcover. You ain't finding shit like this on his shelf.
Different way from those. Now, this comes in societies which, for generations, live in clans, because the clannish societies in the Middle East are the result of the desert. In the desert, you have to stick to your source of water and to defend it. Otherwise, you are dead. And in order to defend your source of water, you cannot live as an individual, because the individual is weak while the group is strong. You have to live as a group. And the strongest group is the family, the father and the sons. And after a generation, is the grandchildren, means the cousins. And after a generation, there are the second cousins and the third cousins. What do you get? A clan, extended family, some would say tribe. The name doesn't make any difference. The thing is that everybody has to be a relative of each other. And this actually what gives the cohesiveness, which allows them, which enables them to face the other groups in the fight on the water. Because unfortunately, the desert doesn't have enough water. And this is the source of the mindset of the Middle East, which prevails in this area for who knows how many hundreds of thousands of years since human beings started to live in this area.
I'm curious for that, because I've heard you talk about this in regards to your ideal plan for Palestinians would be the kind of the emirate solution.
Because the emirate solution is the only thing which is based on the clan.
What?
This is why the Emirates in the Gulf, Kuwait, Qatar, the 7 Emirates in the United Arab Emirates.
Oh, so he does explicitly want to balkanize the Palestinians then. What the fuck?
7. And Saudi Arabia and Oman are the only stable countries in the Middle East. Why? Because each and every one of them is one single clan.
I'm pretty sure it's because they got compromised by American investment.
Kuwait belongs to Al Sabah. Qatar belongs to Al Thani. This is the name of the clan. Dubai belongs to Al Maktoum. Abu Dhabi, Al Nahyan. Saudi Arabia, Al Saud.
Who's gonna? What are you breaking up the Palestinians into exactly? What?
Okay, so when you base a state on one consolidated, stable group, the country is flourishing.
The United Arab Emirates is not a single emirate. What?
If you have oil like Abu Dhabi and Kuwait, you are rich because of the oil. If you are
these aren't states. These are regions within a state.
If you don't have oil like Dubai, you make money out of business. Iraq, Libya, 2 very heavy.
These aren't states. These are regions within a state. What are you talking about? This is like breaking up Iraq into the different domains of its warlords.
Oil producers are mayhem. Hell on earth. Not because of the oil. In spite of the oil. Why? Because they are sharply divided to 70-something clans in Iraq, 4 ethnic groups, Kurds, Arabs, Turkmens, and Persians, 10 religions, only in Iraq.
Okay, how does that apply to Israel?
Religions and sects, who knows how many.
How does this apply to Israel? What are you talking about, dude?
So when the society is made out of so many groups, which never be...
He's saying you need a clan to lead a successful state, and those which are multi-clan are failed. Then how does Israel work? You think Israel is Israel wasn't a monolith? What are you talking about?
Became a nation. There is no Iraqi nation. There are Iraqi citizens. But unlike in America, which citizenship makes you an American, here in the Middle East, you have to belong to us.
Here in the Middle East? What the fuck is the Middle East? The Middle East isn't a country. The Middle East is a region. As relevant to external factors. The Middle East isn't the Middle East to people in the Middle East. That doesn't mean anything. That's a relational statement. You think they were calling themselves the Middle East before the British Empire was a thing? Like, what are you talking about?
To our clan, or to our religion, or to our sect.
Read what I said. His argument is literally that Israel is white, so it doesn't apply to it. Has he said that explicitly? I think it was... Wait.
Or our people. Otherwise, hell with you. And this is the mindset of the Middle East.
Like, that's a weird statement in and of itself, because white originally didn't mean what it means now. There are people that are generally regarded as white, naively, right now, that historically were not regarded as white. The Irish, for example. Which is weird. Apparently, I'm not white in a certain time and place. which is very odd.
Unfortunately, Westerners, when they come here, and all they know the geography, that Iraq has Euphrates and Tigris and maybe some canals, and that's it. That's what they know. But they don't enter the door of sociology.
They don't enter the door of sociology. Only accessible in the halls of time.
They don't get it. They don't understand that the Middle Eastern societies work
Sunday embrace being Irish. No, I like eating food.
according to totally different rules compared to Western rules in Western Europe or America or whatever. And this is the source of all evil, and this is the source of the failures which we saw in Afghanistan, in Iraq, everywhere when the West started or tried to design countries like Syria, like Lebanon, which were all designed by France between the two world wars. These are mayhems. Britain, which established Iraq, learned from the mistake, and when they came out from the Gulf during the 60s into the 70s, they left behind them clannish states, means emirates.
But they weren't states. They weren't states, sir.
And this is why emirates are working, functioning as good countries, not as democracies. They are not democracy, but their culture, the clan culture, actually fits the new state, which is based on the traditional culture. While Syria, Iraq, Libya, Sudan, all are...
Okay, here's a question for you. Do the United Arab Emirates as a single entity do diplomacy as a single entity? Are they divided in their diplomacy? No? Then they aren't states. They aren't states. That's not what that means. Oh my god. A basic entry-level political science is beyond all of the people running the world today. It's terrifying. It's fucking terrifying. They don't understand the definitions of the terms they're using. A state is something that has full autonomy and full sovereignty, and sovereignty is very important. It does not mean that it is written down somewhere that you have sovereignty. It means that you have control. It means that you have the power of a god within your territory. If you are determined by anything outside of you, you're not a state. That's not a thing.
Are based on Western ideas of socialism, like the Ba'ath Party, both in Iraq and Syria, or liberalism, or democracy, or whatever comes from the West, which doesn't fit the societies of the Middle East. Just like if you try to run your iPhone with the system of Android.
Like, I'm sorry. Like, no. The UAE is a state. The trucial states, the Emirates, they existed at the pleasure of the British Empire. That's not a thing. Yeah, exactly. They're states like the United States. States are states. They're not states. They're not really states. No, not really. There is federal law. They would have to separate formally, and they probably wouldn't be allowed to very easily to have sovereignty. I decided to grab food. Is Destiny losing? I mean, he's losing, just not because of this. This is more of a symptom than a trigger.
Doesn't work.
Why do you think, if you look at a country like Egypt, why do you think Egypt was like relatively stable compared to, say, Yemen when that was?
Egypt wasn't invaded by the United States and Saudi Arabia, and I mean, you can kind of leave it there, to be honest with you. Egypt did not have the full weight of global capitalism turned against it to destroy it from within and from without. Egypt wasn't genocided in the way Yemen was. By America, by the British, by Saudi Arabia.
It went through a process, a very agonizing process of...
Oh no, see, that's the actual reason. Egypt went through an agonizing process of secularizing itself. There you go. That's the ticket. That's it. That's what it was.
Dismemberment of the clans because of the High Dam. The High Dam, the Aswan Dam, which was built during the 50s by the Soviet Union in order to modernize the state, because otherwise they had floods because of the Nile, had floods twice a year.
That doesn't modernize the state. That neutralizes a single natural exigency.
But you cannot...
Modernizing a state has to do with augmenting it, altering, and elaborating its administrative capacities, that you have a functioning bureaucracy so that you can have cohesive plans that treat the entire territory of the state as a single entity with a single agent running it from the top. That's how you get a state. Getting a dam in is great, cool, doesn't have anything to do with that.
Run a modern country when all the infrastructure is dissolved through the floods twice a year. So,
is he covering the Butler video? No, because we had more super chats for this, so that's how it works. I gotta eat and pay rent, guys. I'm sorry. Hate to break it to you.
They decided to put an end.
I don't make Destiny bucks. I don't get paid thousands of dollars just to do whatever I want.
To the floods by building the.
I'd rather cover the Butler stuff. I find that much more positively interesting. But apparently, there's a bunch of perverts in the audience who really love to watch Destiny, cavort with genocide. Genocidal nutballs.
Hide them in Aswan, and all the peasants who once lived on water which they got for free from the Nile, now they have to buy water and fertilizers because
water from the Nile.
It's a desert. But who has money? So they moved to the cities. So millions of Egyptians since the 60s, into the 70s, moved from the village to the city, to Cairo, to Alexandria, to Komoshim, Asyut, Beirut, or Europe, or America, in order to work. So the modern Egypt society is made not by clans, but by individuals who live in Cairo and all these cities. And when you live...
Gaza used to have several universities in which people went to go study, and then they went abroad. It was one of the paths out of Gaza, because Gaza is a miserable place to live because of Israel. There are people who have businesses there. They go there to work. Like, this is... I'm sorry. You moron. You clown. No.
Even as individuals, you can bring in ideologies like Islamism, as we see tremendously in Egypt. You can bring in Nazism, like the nationalism of Egypt. You can bring all kinds of isms which do not have to compete with tribalism, which doesn't exist anymore, especially in the cities.
That's not true.
Mm-hmm. In the villages, those who remain in the villages are still clannish society, but they are small, they don't have the power is in the city. So the Egyptian city resembles, let's say, New York or San Francisco, much more than Baghdad or Damascus.
Okay.
Among other things, there's been a lot of pan-Arab movements recently, including, by the way, those associated with Nasser, so this is very strange by itself.
When you look at a country like Saudi Arabia, there are so many different people that live here. Is this all like...
No, Saudi Arabia is a country which is run by a family, extended family, named Al Saud.
Yeah.
Is all the descendants of the founding king, who is the father of today's king, Salman bin Abdulaziz. His name was Abdulaziz, but from the family of Saud. And this is why the name of the country, Saudi, Saudi, or Saudi Arabia.
Thank you for that Wikipedia history.
As long as this clan, named the Saudi clan, is united, consolidated, and ruling the country, nobody can have any issue with it.
Are you stupid? There's tons of issues with it. They have to kill journalists inside of their own country because they are terrified of internal dissent. This is well known. Fucking clown show. No, there's not clan unity inside Saudi Arabia. There's tremendous amounts of foreign investment and corruption. If you want to understand Saudi Arabia and you understand how Russia currently operates under Putin, there you go. You figured it out. That's what it is. That's actually, by the way, grand irony in all of this. If you're opposed, if you hate the Houthis, but you turn a blind eye to the Sauds, you're insane. You're insane.
Of course, the opposition. They have two oppositions. One in the south, which Bin Laden came from, and one, the Shi'i.
Saudis, not Sauds. I'm tired.
Community which lives in Saudi Arabia, who lives in the east, next to Bahrain, Hufuf, this part of the country. However, in Saudi Arabia, the name of the religious game is the Wahhabism, because they are part of this sect, kind of religious thinking. And according to the...
Wow. The name of the game is Wahhabism because they are part of this religious thing. What a profound... What a very... What an incisive observation, Mordecai.
Wahhabism, the Shia is some kind of infidelity to that degree.
Sure.
By the way, this is why they look at the Persians and at Iran as people who more or less came out of
Wahhabism is less recent than Shiism.
Islam. This is part of the problem, which unfortunately people do not understand the depth of the enmity between Saudi Arabia and Iran.
Okay, anyone who thinks that the issue between Saudi Arabia and Iran or Iran and anywhere is religious in nature is an idiot. It is not religious in nature. That is not a factor. Like to be clear, that is an accoutrement and a glazing on top of the very real economic and military and clandestine oppression and violence that takes place between them. It has nothing to do whatsoever with religious differences. Those are not a factor. Those are not a factor. This is like Professor Jang level. People who talk about like religion as if it is causal are morons. I cannot stress this enough. People go to war based on filling their stomachs and having the conditions of wealth and prestige. They don't care about religion. They really don't. People talk about caring about religion because it is an ornament. It's an ornament. Nobody fucking cares. Nobody cares. They really don't. People talk about how they care. They pretend to care because it gives them comfort and it gives them justification for doing a whole lot of really terrible things with an unassailable, abstract, confusing, and reality ungrounded set of justifications. You get to pursue glory using that means. You get to have an identity using the means of religion. You get to feel like you're going to live forever because of religion. That's it. Nobody cares. Yeah, he doesn't even know how the Shia came to be. He thinks that they're like coeval and their enmity is based on like a religious. It's like Jesus Christ, man.
But it goes to this area as well.
Yeah, I guess my question is so I don't know the clan makeup of all the people of Saudi Arabia, but I imagine that you have your ruling family. Why is it that clan was able to rule the entire country instead of having to split the country?
This is actually a combination of clans.
Yeah.
Which the founding father actually married one of the daughters of the leaders of all the clans which he annexed to his kingdom. He had dozens of wives. And this is why all these tribes, they won't rebel against somebody whose daughter is there and her children will be emirs, means princes, or even kings. So
there's got to be something more that would hold it together, though, right?
Tons of money, foreign investment, and a violent police state held by an absolute monarchy. That's what. That's how it does it. Holy fuck! Read Wikipedia for God's sake, Stephen. That's your speed. Oh my God.
I can't imagine that just America's got to be like...
To begin with, I'm talking about 100 years ago.
Okay, that's not this... 100 years ago. 100 years ago, Aragorn took the throne of Gondor, okay? And that's what happened. Fucking hell.
He united the kingdom with marriage. This is the way in the Middle East which you show your allegiance.
This is the way in the Middle East? That's just how it works in the Middle... The Middle East isn't a country, dipshit.
You give him your daughter. This is the Middle East.
What's the middle between? This is Middle Earth. What's the middle between, sir?
100 years ago, daughters were not asked so much with whom they want to be married. And in some cases...
That was the case in Europe. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Many cases in the Middle East until this very day. Girls are those who will be married with their cousins. Second cousin or third cousin, but definitely in the clan, because the other clan is the enemy. You won't give your daughter to your enemy. How come? They are mush minna, as they say in Arabic, not from us.
I mean, you absolutely would. It's actually a historically well-known means of ending hostilities.
This is, by the way, the price is tremendous of genetic problems, which are preserved. And in Saudi Arabia, you are not allowed to marry a lady unless you both take a test for the Ministry of Health, and only with their license you can get married, in order not to perpetuate genetic problems.
Why do you think, when you look at the Palestinians today in Israel, what would prevent them from engaging in, I guess, a similar sort of like either through marriage or something else of being more united? Why?
What? What?
Why do you think it's best for them to work in separate, kind of like Emiratis, I guess, or
I'm
Emirates?
I'm not telling them what to do. I, as a researcher, go out and see how they behave.
I notice he hasn't mentioned the name of a single tribe.
I see a situation that, let's say, in Judea and Samaria, what people call the West Bank. If you tell me the family name of somebody, I'll tell you where he lives.
Give
if
an
his
example.
name is Jabari
Okay.
or Kawasme or Natche, Tamimi or Abu Snena,
Okay.
he lives in Hebron,
Okay.
If his name is Masri or Tukan or Shaka,
Okay.
he lives in Nablus.
All right. Who's the warlord who's going to unite those groups?
If his name is Karmi, he lives in Tulkarem. If his name is Arikat, he lives either in Jericho or in another place which is the extension of this place. And that's it. Means this is a clannish society because
It's a clannish society because you can associate last names with a city? What?
in the clan system, clan mindset, the homeland is the village and the tribe or the clan. This is the homeland. If you cross the street and you live within another clan, you will forever be viewed as a foreigner.
Do you think that Arabs in Israel, do you think they share similar feelings, or do you think not?
The Arabs in Israel, who are like 20% of our population, are what they call in sociology a society in transition. Because on one side, their background is the Arab world, the Islamic world, which is very clannish, and also Islam has what to say. By the way, Islam is rather young, only 14 centuries, compared to the clan system, which is already who knows how many hundreds of thousands of years. So some of them definitely are still clannish, some of them are Islamic.
Some of them are clannish, some of them are Islamic. He thinks these are exclusive.
Some of them are modern because of the friction between them and the Jewish modern liberal society.
No, they're all modern because the entire idea of a Palestinian identity is produced by the emergence of state structures around them. It only even makes sense. It's only even coherent in the 19th century. Like, what are you talking about? This is incredibly dumb.
As we are. Yet the problem is that it's like a half-baked cake. Some parts are closer to us. Some of them are serving in the army because they are Israelized, I would say, all the way. While others, who, let's say, those who belong to the Islamic movement, especially the northern...
By the way, if you want to know how gross this is, just imagine that Destiny's talking to someone who's saying this of Africans. It becomes very clear because people in North America and in the UK are largely conditioned to treating people in the Middle East like they're barbaric and backwards and living in medieval times. But as soon as you start talking about this in terms of societies that white society, quote unquote, America has enslaved in the past, it suddenly becomes very clear what's going on. One of the reasons why I have a not actually perverse, but it feels perverse appreciation for the work of Benny Morris, because Benny Morris, who again is a freak, Benny Morris actually writes in his book that the way in which Palestinian society in the last century was essentially situated in Israeli society was as a slave territory. It was essentially enslaved. It was essentially used as a people who could be exploited for cheap labor. That's the level we're operating at. And if it doesn't seem like that, if you were aloof to this, if you are not recognizing this as essentially the kind of rhetoric that you would hear from soft-spoken slavery apologists in the pre-Civil War South, that is because you are a racist. Maybe not intentionally, maybe you're propagandized too, maybe you haven't thought about this too hard, but that's because you are a racist. That's what this is. And a lot of people are and don't realize it. Doesn't mean they're malicious, means they don't know. Because you are, to a certain deep extent, what you eat, and you consume the discourse of your environment, and the environment that we live in here saturates us with rhetoric that dehumanizes other people and relegates their situation to one in which the normal rules by which we treat other people in our day-to-day no longer apply. Oh, it's medieval. Oh, it's a different thing. It's a different place, okay? You know, we learned hundreds of years ago that slavery was bad, which is why hundreds of years later we still did it, but with a guilty conscience. They haven't gotten to that point yet because they're medieval, right? That's what it is.
Faction which is very radical, like Hamas, the Israeli, those whose heart is with Hamas, they not only they don't serve the army, they consider the state to be a deed of Satan. And that's what they say. And still they are citizens and they get all the benefits of being a citizens of Israel.
You know, he's using Satan as if it's a synonym for the Christian Satan. That's not how that works. Satan refers to the enemy. And incidentally, if you are a person who has to work for a living, the state is your enemy. The state is something that exists using you as a surrogate because it can no longer enslave humans anymore. That's what's going on. Oh, did Morbid Noob end her stream after 20 minutes? She's having camera issues. That's a shame. I guess we'll keep going.
Why do you think that for international media, or at least when I hear international advocacy for Palestinians, do you think that the world community that is pro-Palestinian, or even the Palestinians that are talking about Palestine?
She's had a couple of short streams. She can't get her system to work, it looks like. Damn.
Issues internationally, are they missing that clan aspect of Palestinians living in Nablus or Ramallah or Hebron, or because I don't ever hear that internationally when they speak. It's always about like a nation or a country. Yeah.
Hang on, I need to hear this again. What?
Or even the Palestinians that are talking about Palestinian issues internationally, are they missing that clan aspect?
No, they aren't missing that clan aspect, you fucking doofus. A lot of these people are Palestinians who would have lived in it. Rashid Khalidi has an ancestral household in Israeli territory right now. They didn't miss this, they were born from it. If it doesn't factor into their logic, it's because it doesn't matter. These people are so dumb.
Of Palestinians living in Nablus or Ramallah or Hebron, or because I don't ever hear that internationally when they speak. It's always about like a nation or a country. Yeah.
It's not politically correct to talk about clans.
What do you mean it's not politically correct to talk about clans? Sure it is. If there are serious players that are familial clans in Palestine that can organize the Palestinian people with effect and maybe be the basis of a constitutional system, that's not politically incorrect to talk about. That would be extremely relevant. Leftists would talk about this. It's the exact same thing that happened when the United States tried to hold Iraq. They had to work with the clans because that was the only way they could maintain order, was by maintaining and supporting and buying off other power systems that were already there. Clans would be the basis of a Palestinian state if they were powerful. Obviously, they're not. Obviously. Rashid Khalidi has written books on the emergence of Palestinian identity. I've had arguments with Jemt about this. This is elementary, but also it's worse than that because you don't need to go that far. Oh, hey, Gnostic Informant, how you doing? You don't need to go that far. All you need to do is point out that, hey, look, all of these people who are deeply how about Hirani? Anyone ever read a history of the Arab peoples? He was a Palestinian and a Palestinian advocate. He actually worked at the UN. Great book, by the way. This doesn't come up. Why? You were wrong, Sunday? What was I know we were wrong about that. We were debating about a timeline thing. But it's also a thing that I don't necessarily agree with Khalidi on, because Khalidi's got a weird state theory. We'll get into that later. But leaving that aside, like, if clans were a basis for organizing the tribes, don't you think that would be a thing they'd be doing right now? Yeah, I was joking. Well, fuck you. Stop joking. I'm overly sensitive right now. I'm under a lot of pressure. Okay? I'm in my comfort cardigan right now. You should know that. I'm easily triggered right now. Jerks. I surround myself with mods who just like torment me day and night. Ugh.
What are they? Clans? Tribes? It doesn't sound politically correct to Western ear, but this.
I'm fine with saying clans. Why would I care about saying clans or tribes? What? We talk about tribes all the time. What?
The situation in the Middle East, what I can do? What can I do? Look.
Who's he talking about? No, seriously, what are they referring to? By the way, Destiny has no, like, Destiny is not progressive. Destiny is a conservative who happens to want to fuck whatever he sees. That's the difference between Destiny and a conservative. That's it. The one positive that can be said very loosely about conservatives, that is, they have some attentiveness whatsoever to the responsibilities around sex, even if they have completely wrong priorities about that, is the one thing that separates Destiny from Big Papa Fascist. Which is, Destiny has the exact same attitude towards sexual assault as Big Papa Fascist. He just thinks it should also include men. That's it. That's it. Stop introducing these people as leftists at your talks. You immediately disqualify yourselves from any credibility, both from liberals and from leftists. Because liberals don't like leftists, because liberals are conservatives who are cowards and hedging their bets. Leftists don't like slave societies in which women are treated as products to be exchanged for money.
Called Palestinians are carrying names like Al-Masri, means the Egyptian. Masarwa, Egyptians in plural. Fayoumi, from Fayoum in Egypt. Ismaili, from Ismailia, a town on the Suez Canal. Al-Khorani, from the Khoran in Syria. Al-Sorani.
By the way, I've got a really nice edition of this. Albert Hirani is a history of the Arab peoples. If you can get this edition in hardcover, it is beautiful. It is so well made. Oh my god. It is so very pretty. Sewn binding. Ugh. Oh, it is so nice. It is so nice. I think it even has full color illustrations. Let me see if I can't No, not full cover, but very well produced. Very pretty. If you want to, this is really good, by the way. This is really good. The cover art does look nice. This thing is freaking gorgeous. It's like beautifully made. Whoa! Oh! What the hell is that? Oh. It's my copy of Powhatan's World getting in the way. It's too dark. It's disappearing in the shadows. Whoa! I have too much stuff on my shelf. Here we go.
From Sor, means Tyre, in Lebanon. Sidawi, from Sidon, in Lebanon. Al-Hijazi. Hijaz is in Saudi Arabia, Mecca and Medina. Many of them carry names, until this very day, which testify that these people are not originally from here. So what are they doing here? They came to work. Since the Zionist movement started to come to this country towards the end of the 19th century, there were jobs here. Building Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv was established in 1909, still when the Ottomans were here, before the First World War. So many Arabs, Bedouins, came to work in Tel Aviv because there was jobs and income. And they became Palestinians. Okay, even the Arab world knows their origin, because when they ran out from here in the hostilities of 1948, the War of Independence, they usually ran back to the countries which they came from. But those countries, under the flag of the Arab League, decided not to allow them to go back to the places which they originally came from, and they kept them in the refugee camps until this very day. And unfortunately, the world still resuscitates this problem of the refugees. Where in the world you see refugees from the 40s? And their great-grandchildren today are refugees. There is no such a thing in the whole world. Because according to UNHCR, United Nations High Commission for Refugees, you can be refugees up to 10 years. Not even one day more. Up to 10 years. Secondly, you cannot inherit it to your children. Your children wait until you make children, until you settle. And the third thing, when you have a citizenship of any country in the world, you're not a refugee anymore. And lo and behold, in Jordan, for example, you have many citizens of the Kingdom of Jordan, yet they consider themselves to be refugees from here, and the world is paying for this. Mind-boggling.
Why do you think, if we even look at like Palestinian leaders, so people like Abbas or people like Arafat, why is it that they seem to be so oriented? What do you think their
Why is it they seem to be so oriented?
desire for a state or a country comes from that's so separated from this idea of clans or families?
Because they don't have any power. That's why. That's why. You have a society that's been completely decimated and subjugated. There ain't no like powerful families of lawyers and statesmen anymore. This isn't the fucking 30s. Like, I'm sorry. Because you stole their territory and broke down their society into itty-bitty bits.
Or where these people actually originate from.
First of all, Mahmoud Abbas was born in Tzfat, which is in the Galilee. Neither in Judea and Samaria, let alone Gaza.
So?
They see him as a foreigner.
So what? Why does that matter?
Who was brought from Tunisia.
I don't even know if that's true. Why does that matter?
You know, in 1993, because of the Oslo agreements.
Like, here's a question: if that's so, if he's seen as a foreigner, why wasn't that a deterrent to him taking his position? Why wasn't that a thing that deterred him? Because either clans have power or they don't. It's one or the other.
And he's not one of them. This is why he doesn't go to visit neither Hebron nor Nablus, let alone Gaza. Once he was in Gaza, and the bullet passed 10 centimeters near his face and killed one of his bodyguards. Okay, so he understood it. He's persona non grata in Gaza, undesirable person. Okay, so he doesn't visit Gaza anymore, and doesn't visit neither Hebron nor Nablus, not anyone, nowhere else. He goes out from his office in Ramallah only to go abroad. Show me another president in the world who functions like this. Now, he was elected in 2006 for 4 years. We are today 14 years after this, because every year the head of the PLO, Abu Mazen, renews the authority of the PA president, Abu Mazen, with his signature. Okay, this is the democracy which.
Sure, I understand.
So he is illegitimate. He is totally illegitimate in the eyes of the Palestinians.
By the way, Morbid Zoo is not streaming tonight, so I won't be sending you there. But she says I always send good ones.
He's acceptable only as long as they bring them money. The whole thing is about money. Arafat, formerly, was born in Egypt, and when he became older, he returned to his Egyptian language, and which is totally different dialect. And he was accepted only as long as he continued the struggle against Israel. Even when he was...
Wait a minute. Is he trying to say that Arafat was an Egyptian? What? Wait.
Returned in Egypt. And when he became older...
Okay, but who was his... Okay, he was born in Egypt. Where was his father from? Where was his father from? Gaza. Okay, so just picture this for a second. What do you mean? They're not Palestinian. They were born abroad, away from Palestine. Imagine if you applied this logic to Jewish immigrants to Israel for 5 seconds. They're not Palestinian. They're in the diaspora that was displaced due to colonialism. His family is literally from Gaza. One generation. Like imagine saying that. Well, what do you mean? They don't have a right to go to Israel. They were born in Europe. You're missing the logic, Sunday. I don't think I am. Oh, they're special in white coat. Oh, true. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. Oh, yeah. Okay, fair.
He returned to his Egyptian language, and which is totally different dialect. And he was accepted only as long as he continued the struggle against Israel. Even when he was signing on the lawn of the White House in September 1993, the Oslo agreements with Israel, he came with uniform as a combatant. Excuse me? You sign a peace agreement. Now, he said it always, that this peace agreement is Hudaybiyah peace. Hudaybiyah peace means in Islam temporary peace.
Yeah, until you can fight again.
Which a Muslim is allowed to give the infidel, whether the Jew, Christians, or whatever, only as long as the enemy is too strong, invincible, deterring, and dangerous to mess with. In this case, you can give him temporary peace. According to the Islamic mindset, it's called the Salam Hudaybiyah, means the peace of Hudaybiyah. According to the clan system, or clan laws, it's called Hudna. Hudna. So, either Hudna or Hudaybiyah peace, this is what he said to his people every day, that this peace is only temporary peace. And yes, he violated this agreement in 2000, when he thought that we are too weak, that we ran out of Lebanon in the days when Ehud Barak was the prime minister. So then he started the second intifada, started to blow
just a single guy started the second intifada.
Up our buses and our restaurants and people in the street. More than 1,000 people were killed gradually by Arafat and his gangs. And not only this, he established the PA, and the idea was that he will fight Hamas.
Hey, fun fact, by the way, the PA was ratified by Israel precisely to sideline those Palestinian advocates who wanted a peaceable state equality relationship with Israel in which there was no more conflict. Why? Because they wanted all the territory. Israel wanted all of the Palestinian territory without any conditions. So they took the stupid, corrupt Arafat, gave him special privileges and his party special privileges, and they started to act as the secret police for Israel, which is one of the reasons why Hamas was able to come into power, because of the grotesque corruption of the existing Palestinian Authority, which Israel wanted. There were people operating at the UN, including, by the way, the guy I just showed, Hirani, as well as Rashid Khalidi and so on. There's books about this, who were presenting like really nuanced, careful plans for a peaceful division of authority and control over the territory so that Palestinians could engage economically with Israel. They didn't want to expel the Israelis. They didn't have the capacity or the interest to. They wanted for Palestinians to have a level of autonomy and to have dignity and to be able to operate as humans. So they brought in Arafat because they could say, look, we made a deal. And they could put the corrupt Arafat in charge with special privileges. He didn't have to drive the the alternate streets. He had a special ticket. He could go down the Israeli ones. He wasn't subject to apartheid. So him and his goons got to be the mob bosses in Palestine. Because Israel wanted that. The PA is where it is, where it was. Hamas is where it is, where it was, because Israel has elected for that to be the case. Destiny's soaking up the propaganda like a sponge. Oh, I don't know about that. It's going in one ear and out the other. He's stupid. He has no investment or interest in this. He's dumb as a rock. He has no idea. He doesn't know what he's hearing. He's not retaining any of it. Destiny has one interest in all of this. Can he look vaguely intellectual while he sits there and asks inane questions and then goes silent because he has nothing to critique? He has no grasp of the situation in order to point out, like, hey, that didn't make a lot of sense. Can you elaborate on this? He can't say anything. He's got a list of things. Or stuff comes up. It's like, oh, you talked about clan slaw. Can you tell me about why online leftists don't know about the clan stuff? He didn't even have specifics. He didn't have a specific name. This is the guy who would be sitting around the table with your racist uncle. You know, you brought your date over, and he's trying to be really cool. So he's just nodding to your racist uncle while you were cringing quietly in the background. And it doesn't even occur to him that he's losing you rather than winning you.
Instead of us, because we apparently couldn't. And this was the whole raison d'etre of establishing the PA, that Arafat will come in order to fight the Hamas. And
Hamas wasn't around when the PA... What? He thinks the PA was established to fight Hamas. What the hell? Let me get exact numbers here. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude.
The Islamic Jihad without Bagatz and without B'Tselem, means without the Supreme Court and without the
rules,
the human rights organizations. Okay, but he didn't mean at all. Look, what he mean? He actually demonstrates in this scarf, and this is the PLO flag. On one side, they said Al-Quds Lana, Jerusalem is ours. Since when Jerusalem is theirs? When was Jerusalem a capital of anything connected to the Arab or the Islamic world? Not for one day. But the other side of the scarf is this, Palestine. This is why you need Arab.
Like, man. Like, the Palestinian Authority was established after the Oslo Accords. Hamas wasn't that kind of entity then. Like, it wasn't. There are books you can read about the history of Hamas, which was only started in 1987. Like, this is a difference of under 10 years. And up until this point, there were Hamas operatives that were against suicide attacks. Those people were frequently assassinated. It's like, oh my god. So like, let me just pull up good old Wikipedia, because my books are over there. I don't want to reach for them because I've got stuff in front of them. I want to double check and make sure that I'm getting my time right for. Yeah, Hamas was founded in 1987. That was after the first Intifada. Like, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, no. It's completely ass backwards here.
Palestine, from the river to the sea. So where is Israel?
Not on that. Yeah.
Maybe in the sea, among the sharks. Okay? And this is Arafat. And unfortunately, we Israelis, especially the left side of the political map, they believed him. And this is why no left in Israel. There is almost no left. Because they fell in this trap.
No, it's because you jail them and you bully them and you have an assassination complex that kills people who speak out too loudly against the current regime. You're operating at a Putin level, dude. You have people protesting for the right for prison guards to sexually molest their prisoners. There's no left there because you're a Nazi state. Your state is overrun by Nazis.
Willingly, because they were warned time and again and again and again. You are deceived by this man.
But that man was only there because Israel elected him to be that man. Specifically to avoid having to deal, ironically enough, actually, with born and raised Palestinian advocates from Palestine. Like, that was why Arafat was effectively in exile and in hiding when the Oslo Accords were done.
And you know what? Let me give you a story.
Can I ask a quick question before the story?
Yeah.
Because I'm curious. So let's say that's the thought process, that people who are negotiating from these positions, people like Arafat, aren't to be trusted. Do you think that would have prevented, like, Israel from making peace with Egypt or Israel from making peace with Jordan if that same mentality had persisted?
Whose mentality? What?
Or why do you think those were different?
Look, when Sadat made the
That wasn't a question that made any sense given the previous conversation. He's not responding to this. He's rambling. He's the racist uncle.
peace with us in 1979, he had a fatwa. Fatwa means religious ruling by the Al-Azhar. Al-Azhar is the supreme religious authority of Egypt, which allowed him to make peace with the Zionists, with Israel, just like our Prophet Muhammad ibn Abdullah, peace be upon him, gave to the infidels of Mecca in Hudaybiyah. Means that the peace between Israel and Egypt is based on the same idea of temporary peace, which will last only as long as Israel is powerful, dangerous, invincible. When will this pass? I don't know. So far, this peace exists. What will be with the day which they view or think that we are weak? I have no idea. But what they prepare in Sinai doesn't give good thoughts about what the intentions of the Egyptians are.
Do you think that Hussein in Jordan, do you think he felt the same way, that all of that peace was only temporary?
I didn't find the mention of Hudaybiyah in the peace between us and Jordan. And this is why the majority of the citizens of Jordan objected. They always say, your peace agreement with a ruling family. And the ruling family, don't forget, is not Jordanian. The ruling family is from the Hijaz. They were expelled by the Saudis. And the British gave them the Transjordan Emirate in 1924, which turned to be the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan.
Yeah, but that's the same thing that happened with Israel. It doesn't seem to be a problem for them.
Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. And the majority, they are like...
States are institutions of war. If you had a situation of permanent peace, you wouldn't need states. The entire purpose to a state is that you have something that's able to mobilize the military capacity of a region against its enemies in order to maintain a particular system of law and order within that territory against other forces that would encroach on it. That's how that works. There is no such thing as a perpetual peace treaty with a state system. States fundamentally have a knives-out posture of permanent warfare against other states. That's how they work. Which, by the way, is another reason, actually it's the same reason, but put another way, for why there will never be a two-state solution on the table. Not really. And when you read over the two-state solutions that have been proffered by Israel in the past, they have always always ceded essential freedoms and powers to the Israeli state, making the Palestinian state no state in fact. Case in point, the failed Camp David negotiations, no control over water, no control over borders, no control over airspace, no control over immigration, no control over diplomacy. What is left at that point? You get to administrate what the Israeli state allots to you. That's a province. That's not a state.
Less than 100 people, this family. They control...
Reminder, this guy was a lieutenant colonel and worked 25 years in military intelligence. Yeah, but if you want to know about how smart people in military intelligence are, just look at the CIA in Iran, okay? Being in intelligence for a very long period of time does not make you intelligent.
With 80, 90% of people who define...
Sunday, didn't the ancient Greeks succeed in going to war without a centralized state that controlled every city? Absolutely. But the point is not that you couldn't go to war without a state. The point is that a state exists specifically as a technology of war. At some point, the bow and arrow was invented. At some point, the catapult was invented, and so on and so forth. You had war before then, obviously, but maybe a condition of successfully competing in warfare was that you had those techs, right?
Find themselves as Palestinians, who have nothing to do with this clan, and the rest are Bedouins, who also do not share much with this clan. Only maybe the language, but not much. So this is the main.
No. To be clear, like just the people are saying in chat, like, "Oh, this is just entertainment." We aren't. I think it's important to talk about this stuff, and I think it's useful to think about this stuff, and so on and so forth. And I think educating ourselves and thinking about this stuff, and even feeling outrage about certain just like things and becoming aware of people, that's not meaningless. It's not political action. Streaming does not affect politics or affect people's decisions, not in that particular kind of way. So, like, if you're entertained by this, weird. But secondly, I wouldn't say it's meaningless per se, but one of the things I do reinforce very constantly, it's one of the reasons why I appreciate Emma Vigeland saying this when they were at that incredibly pretentious like StreamerCon thing, is YouTube streaming is not political action, full stop. It will not change anything. Do not fall under the delusion that you following your favorite streamer is making any impact on the world. You are a symptom of the state of the world and nothing more. Your action in those streams means nothing at all. Go out if you want to start building something real. Go out, make friends, become a support to someone around you, so that when your community is oppressed, the weaker parts of it, you feel that as well. So that the power of the weakest of you is augmented by the power of the strongest of you, and by the numbers, by the multitude of you. That's how that works. Build resilient communities on the ground. That's how that functions. Going into a comment section or going into a rally or whatever, this means less than nothing. It is fundamentally an expenditure of your energy to no end except the enjoyment and the personal benefit, perhaps, that you get from that. Maybe it encourages you to read something. One of my favorite my favorite experience as a creator, and I got a message this morning actually like that, is when people come into my DMs, they're like, "Hey, you got me to read stuff." Cool. That's awesome. And what's awesome about that is because I'm not that smart, but if I got someone to read somebody smart and to think about stuff, that's a win-win. My existence is justified. Yay. I don't need to feel bad about myself and I log off at the end of the day. I like that kind of thing. But that does not make my stream political action. Streams 1,000 times my size are not engaging in real political action. We got to be realistic about this. Because when people think they're doing real political action when they're watching streams, they are insufferable. They are the worst. That's where your Keffels and your DGGs come from. They're awful. Don't be like that.
Problem of the Jordanian kingdom, that it is actually based on a family which will rule the country only as long as the army and the intelligence and the security are with them, because they are vicious. The Palestinians tried in 1970 to rebel against the kingdom, so the kingdom slaughtered them. Thousands of them. Black September.
Yeah.
What happened? So this is Jordan. To say that this family will forever be the kingdom of Jordan, I have no idea.
I'm curious, you mentioned something for Arafat. Do you believe that Arafat, when you said that he kicked off or started the Second Intifada, do you think that he actually like planned and went through and started that? Or do you think he just kind of like hoped it would happen? Or
we have all the proofs. There are books which were written based on documents which were found in his headquarters that he actually planned. And look, he never meant to take really care of the terror.
What?
We know the revolving door means when we...
Arafat actively took part in the terror in the Second Intifada. What are you talking
He
about?
told him to catch something from Hamas, he would keep the man during the day in...
Because like one of the things that happened in the Second Intifada as opposed to the First Intifada is that groups tried to broadcast their radicalness by engaging in that same type of action, largely because of a really dismal and nihilistic situation, which nothing else seemed to work, but also because it's sort of like with Trump, where he would do crazy stuff, and then a whole bunch of people who were actually more moderate were like, oh, well, maybe this will shake things up. They would go that route. It was sort of drain the swamp mentality. Different groups competed with each other for that. It's one of the reasons why you suddenly, where the First Intifada was defined largely by the well-broadcast victimhood of the Palestinian people, children throwing rocks and getting bullets in return. The Second Intifada was different political organizations basically competing for legitimacy. And Arafat was as guilty as anybody else in this. Like, I don't know what he's talking about.
Let's say in one of the police stations, and for the night...
Like, here's the thing. Palestinians and Palestinian advocates from the go were actually remarkably diplomatic, conciliatory, and extraordinarily willing to live alongside Israeli settlers. What happened was there were a whole lot of racists who came over, bluntly, who desperately wanted a state and military capacity and state control, and a whole lot of people who just, frankly, just abused their neighbors. And so over time you have some extremists form as a result. You have a whole lot of racism foment, because you have racially charged oppression. And you have the very cynical decision to target both Palestinian Arabs and Israeli Jews by Israeli terrorists, bluntly, or pre-Israeli terrorists, who would be a hindrance to the establishment of the colonial state as it exists now. There's a lot of written material on this. If you want a really interesting and gruesome one, Rise and Kill First is a history of assassinations and insurgent movements leading up to the development of Israel by Zionists. Very interesting book. Rashid Khalidi is very good, if a little short. Benny Morris is actually a really good source for this. Benny Morris is very good. If people say Alan Poppy is good, I haven't read Alan Poppy, so I couldn't tell you. Do we know how Density is selling this interview? Oh, the selling of the interview is just look, Destiny's talking to someone with glasses and a bookshelf. That's it. These clowns are just excited that Destiny's in a room with people who aren't garbage. That's all. That's the level we're operating at here. Like, let's be clear. This is about Destiny feeling like he's taken seriously, and his audience feeling like he's taken seriously. Because these are people who are fundamentally not taken seriously. Did you call him Density? I should have called him. I should have called him Epstein. You're right.
Was released to go home in order to come back the next morning. This revolving door. That's what he had, and he conned us day and night. And unfortunately, the Israelis under Peres and Rabin and Begin, all these left.
He thinks these people were leftist. Dear God, he thinks these people are leftist.
They believed him that he will fight Hamas without Bagatz and without B'Tselem, which this is why they lost the agenda.
Okay, challenging question then. Do you ever feel like, or do you think that Palestinians have a justification for feeling like on the other end, well, Israel might complain that Arafat never meant to fight against Hamas or fight against any of the terroristic elements.
Arafat literally authorized terrorist attacks. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Elements of Palestinian society that Israel never meant to stop the settlement expansions, the outpost building, the terrorist attacks like in the Cave of the Patriarchs. Do you think that Palestinians have a right to feel that type of upsetness, or do you think that it's a bit different on how it plays out for both sides?
Look, I'm looking for solutions which correspond with sociology.
Ominous phrasing.
Otherwise, you get another Syria or Iraq or Sudan or Libya.
What was wrong with Iraq, besides the fact that it was illegally invaded and destroyed by America?
Here. The only solution which will give them...
Actually though. What? Iraq had a state structure. What are you talking about?
Us, security, and them as well, security, is the Emirate solution. The PA, of course, is against it, because it means to dismember the PA. Because by the PA...
I'm sorry. Are the divisions in Palestine tribal in nature? I'm pretty sure they're ideological in nature. There are different political groups that are not sensitive to tribal affiliation that are vying for control.
Don't forget, is anyway an artificial structure which we built.
By the way, corresponding with sociology would mean not having top-down imposed foreign colonial states as the basis of your society. That's anti-sociological.
Which doesn't correspond with the sociology. The only thing...
Who's sociology? Name a sociologist who agrees with you. What are you talking about? None of this is sociological, by the way. These are weird Yoram Hazony style political science takes. These are not sociological takes.
Is the Emirates in the cities of Judea and Samaria, Hebron for the clans of Hebron, Jericho, Ramallah, Jenin, Nablus, Tulkarm, Kalkilia. Israel should forever remain in the rural areas, offer Israeli citizenship to the villagers. This will give them stability, just like Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Because this is the clan system in the Middle East. The clan definitely, or usually, takes care of its own interests. And if they understand that they are now, have the choice between messing with us or flourishing like Dubai, they will choose to be Dubai.
Okay.
And will postpone the desires to see us evaporating.
Sure.
Because we are not.
One more sociology question, and I'm curious.
Oh, God.
Do you feel like after 67, do you think that the...
he said it! He said it! He said the thing. He said the meme.
Mind of Israel, or the Jewish mind, or the Zionist mind, do you think it changed or became more ambitious in a good or bad way for territory in the West Bank? Or do you think that desire was always there?
What happened in 1967 is actually the remedy for injustice which happened in 1948.
What? 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 What?
Look, Jerusalem. Jerusalem is a Jewish capital for over 3,000 years. Way before Christianity came to the world, way before Islam came to the world. So Jerusalem should be under Jewish rule. I'm not denying any right of anybody else. Churches should flourish. Mosques should flourish.
Well, you're insisting on the rule of a particular ethnic group, so yes, you are, actually.
Even the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which originally is not here.
Like, you're advocating for the disenfranchisement of everybody who's not Jewish, and therefore the disenfranchisement of families that have been there for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, thousands of years.
Original Al-Aqsa is in Jordan, according to Islamic sources, not in Jerusalem. But never mind. I think it was brought to Jerusalem by...
So was Israel, in your holy book.
The Umayyads, who wanted to divert the Hajj, for the pilgrimage, from Mecca to Jerusalem, because the Meccans rebelled in 682 CE. So they found Jerusalem as an alternative place for pilgrimage, and they claimed that the Al-Aqsa, which appears in the Quran, Jerusalem doesn't appear.
Okay, now walk me through how this justifies displacing a bunch of families and killing a bunch of kids so you can sell real estate to Americans. Walk me through that, please.
Al-Aqsa, which appears in the Quran, is actually in Jerusalem.
So what?
And they concocted all these stories about Jerusalem in order to...
It's like, hang on. What the fuck? What did I just do? Hang on, I got it. Give me a sec, give me a sec. I've got a thing I'm gonna do. Give me a moment. Bear with me. Okay, hang on. There we go, all right.
To convince the people to come to Jerusalem. So the whole thing about Jerusalem is a concoction. So Jerusalem should be the Jewish capital with full honor to the other religions. I'm not denying anybody's right to worship, to pray, or to do whatever he likes in Jerusalem, as long as he or she recognizes the Jewish history and the Jewish ownership of Jerusalem. This is the only way how to get along with this. And just to remind you, the only time which Jerusalem is accessible to everybody, Jews, Christian, Muslims, is only when Jerusalem was under Jewish rule. When the Jordanians were occupying illegally Jerusalem and the West Bank as well.
You anti-Semitism charges. Morshu is a Highlian, sir.
Jerusalem was inaccessible. So, history proves.
Okay. Do you just, so one more time then, do you think after 67, do you think the
It
desire
stays there,
to
it's
have
perfect.
Jerusalem, do you think that changed significantly in Israel, or do you think the desire was always there, or?
Look, what happened in 67 because of the shock, which caught the Arab world because of the failure which they have, which couldn't be denied, the Arab nationalism actually was shown as an empty slogan, which Gamal Abdel Nasser, the head of the president of Egypt, tried to promote. So the alternative was Islamism. They left, or gradually they left the nationalism because it failed in front of Israel, and the alternative was going back to Islam.
So?
And when Islamism became more significant in the Middle East, the Jewish feeling of our people became also higher because the challenge was religious. And after all, the struggle against us, the basis of this is religious.
No, the basis of it is stealing land. The basis of it isn't religious at all. They were actually perfectly fine with working for you and working alongside you and living alongside you when you came over, which is why Israel expelled them in 1948, or as I should say, an illegal invading army expelled the Arabs in 1948, and they didn't do the reverse. You had a tiny little minority of people that were used as an excuse for it. But I'm sorry, no.
Because according to Islam, religion is, the Jewish religion and the Christian, by the way, is not in void. Din batil, as they say in Arabic, while only Islam is din haq. The land is an Islamic land, which was given to us in a conspiracy between Christians, Lord Balfour, the evangelical minister of Britain. And this was
a psychopath, by the way.
Collaboration of Christians and Jews against Islam, the land, which is Islamic.
No, it wasn't against Islam. It was just against Arabs because they wanted to colonize it and they wanted to get rid of Jews. Because also the UK people who were in favor of Zionism, the English ones, were anti-Semites.
Jews are not a nation because according to the Islamic view, we are communities of...
I don't think Islam has a definition of nation. What are you talking about?
All the nations in the world, and that's where we belong.
Where are you getting that from? According to Islam, what? Where would you get that from?
And anyway, Jews and Christians should live under the Islamic rule as dhimmis, with limited rights.
I mean, don't Christians think the same thing?
So Israel is a state.
Doesn't the British Empire do the same thing?
Of the Jews has absolutely no right to exist, even if it was on a square centimeter on the seashore of Tel Aviv, according to the Islamic view.
According to these, a citation needed, sir. Maybe pick up one of those bricks of vegetable material on your back wall.
Because religion doesn't exist, the Judaism doesn't exist, the land is Islamic, Jews are not a nation, and anyway, they have to live under the Islamic yoke. So, for them, settlement is not only Yitzhar and Itamar in Judea and Samaria, it's also Be'eri and Nahal Oz, and Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv is a settlement, in their view. So, when you talk about settlements, about our definition, or American definition, or European definition, this is not the definition of the Middle East. The Middle East sees everything which was built here by Jews as a.
The Middle East now has a vision. The Middle East has cognition. The Middle East is an entity, is a person. It has opinions. Like, I'm sorry, this is just naked Orientalism. You just think, oh, well, the Middle East, who are the Middle East? Oh, it's just people with funny hats who build pyramids and ride camels. Fucking hell. You see what I mean? Like, it's literally just like pre-Civil War style racism. That's the level we're operating at here.
Settlement, which is implicitly illegitimate. So, what are we negotiating on? So let me just add.
Yeah, go. Yeah.
The Middle East is run by three vectors. One is the clan system or the clan culture.
The Middle East is run on the clan culture, guys.
Which is common for Muslims, Druze, Christians in many cases, Alawis, and many other groups which live in the Middle East, not only Muslims.
I think he meant Druze. I don't think it meant to say Jews.
And this culture is already hundreds of thousands of years old. The second vector is Islam.
Wait, what? Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Many other groups which live in the Middle East, not only Muslims. And this culture is already hundreds of thousands of years old.
Hundreds of thousands of years old. Hundreds of What are they speaking in fucking Sanskrit? Hundreds of thousands of years old. The scientific consensus is that the Middle East was only populated by humans 100,000 years ago. Early estimates. Early estimates. Are you insane? There were literally... Modern humans only got there. At the high end, like 100,000 years ago. But according to the Bible, 6,000 years ago.
The second vector is Islam, which came to the world only 14 centuries ago.
Like, hundreds. By the way, he didn't say 100,000. He said hundreds of thousands. You need to understand, okay? It was Dinotopia over there.
In order to correct some problems of tribalism. And this, it pulls the Middle East to another direction, to the religious direction. The third vector is modernism, which infiltrated into the Middle East since 215 years ago, more or less.
Modernism infiltrated the Middle East 215 years ago, guys, apparently.
And these three horses...
No elaboration, just modernism got there. With Napoleon, I guess.
Are pulling the Middle Eastern wagon to three different directions.
By the way, there wasn't a Middle East back then.
This is why it's so hard for Westerners, who are thinking in a Western way, to understand this system, which is pulled by three.
No, he doesn't mean the Tanzimat, because the Tanzimat wasn't over 200 years ago.
By three vectors.
I'm curious, just on that three, when you look at a country like Saudi Arabia, which one of those three do you think they represent in your mind?
Saudi Arabia is representing a combination of religious pole on one side and the clan pole on the other side, some kind of conjunction between both, or mix of both. They take the modernism only when it comes to tools, car, cell phone, computer. They reject usually the Western values.
Then why is Iran a republic then, dipshit?
Freedom, democracy.
He has to mean Napoleon, because the Tanzimat wasn't until like what, 1830 something. So Tanzimat was 1830s. It's 2026 right now. So we ain't quite at 217 years yet.
Equality, men and women, all these things.
Sunday, I bet your enemy channels will clip this in charitably. Like who?
So they know very well how to pick.
Be my guest. Make my fucking day.
On the third vector, what serves the
other
goals,
two. Okay.
What undermines the two first ones, the clan system and the religious system.
Who do you? I'm just curious in terms of writing about like this balance of the Middle East. Have you ever written anything larger on it, or just?
Well, I published only one book because people prefer either articles.
One moment, I'll be right back. I gotta check something.
Or YouTube.
Yeah, unfortunately.
The one book which I published is this, Assad in Search of Legitimacy, Message in Rhetoric in the Syrian Press under Hafez and Bashar. This is based on my PhD. It was published in 2005 by Sussex Academic Press.
So he's done basically no research and no work since then. That checks out.
And it actually analyzes the Syrian press in order to understand how
he's bored. He's bored. Okay, his butt plug's itching.
Assad, both father and son, Hafez and Bashar, think. And in my humble view, this is the best, of course.
Sorry, my mistake. His wife's plug.
Okay.
Yeah.
The
ex-wife's plug.
Analysis of how the Syrian regime thinks.
Okay.
Because unlike Western countries where the press is free, there the press is directed by the government.
Imagine a place where the press is directed by the government, guys. Can you imagine? I can't imagine living in a country where the press is directed by the government. Good thing I'm not in Israel.
And therefore, the press actually expresses what the government wants, means what the president wants. Just like EKG, which you put on your body.
Yeah, I understand.
You don't have to penetrate your heart. It's enough that you put some electrodes and you analyze.
Like the USA Today. Well, you're getting there. You're not there yet, but it's not looking good.
This is the same thing. Analyze what they say, and you can understand, like reverse engineering. Analyze what they say to understand what they think. And I already predicted that this system named Syria cannot work forever. I didn't predict when and how it will erupt, as it did in 2010, But definitely this system cannot work for a long time.
Okay. And then I'm curious, one more question. So I'm pretty sure on this trip, I'm going to have the chance to talk with Shlomo Ben-Ami and with Balin. What do you think when I talk to those two? Because I'm curious, I'll ask them their opinions on this. What do you think their biggest contention is with your narrativization or your theory of how the Middle East works? What do you think they would disagree with you?
Oh, I want to see that.
Start with the fact that both of them do not speak Arabic.
Yeah, that's okay.
Means they miss the main tool to understand their counterparts.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't understand your counterpart for a negotiation, the chances that you make a big mistake are at least 100%.
Okay.
At least.
Wait, on that, so when you look at like big negotiations between Palestinians and Israelis, are there ever ordinarily people involved in these negotiations that are fluent in Arabic? Or
Yes. Lots of them, including, for example, Palestinians. Yes, what?
Like for Camp David or for Oslo or...
Unfortunately...
Hey, do you remember when Benny Morris was like calling like Rashid Khalidi a hack? Remember that? Like, I'm sorry, what? This is so stupid.
Not too many. Okay. Begin, in his time, had an advisor, actually my teacher, Professor Moshe Sharon. He spoke Arabic fluently. He was expert in Arabic.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as he was in office, he made sure that Begin doesn't make big mistakes.
Okay.
Okay, yes, I agree with that uneasy chuckle there, Steve-O.
However, when the Egyptians understood that this man understands too much, they demanded to oust him from the Israeli crew. And unfortunately, Begin agreed.
And you said that guy's name was Moshe Sharon?
Moshe Sharon was his name.
Okay.
And those who actually pulled Begin was Dayan and Ezra Weizmann, who were great officers in the army, but understood very little in the Arab societies. Just like many, army people who think like tanks and cannons and air force and navy, but they understand very little about the societies which they have to deal with. And in my humble view, Israel and the Westerners will continue to make mistakes in the Middle East as long as they don't take the sociology of the Middle East as the main tool to understand what to do and how to do in the Middle East.
If you think that the Middle East has a single sociology and you think that the Middle East is a single community that you can describe in single terms as having these attitudes, these structures, and so on and so forth, you might be a Nazi racist. Like, imagine, if you will, talking about Africa like this. Guys, you need to understand the sociology of Africans, okay? Africa. Africans believe you know what the problem is with Africa? They hate our way of life. You see immediately how stupid that is. It's because they're just racists. They're just full-on racists. Like, just in the classical sense. Django Unchained style. That's the level they're operating at. Anyways. Thank you, Morshu. An excellent sale. I'm gonna send you guys away to I think Aiko's live right now. I'll send you to Aiko. I was gonna send you to Morbid Zoo, but Morbid Zoo can't figure out her internet because I am smarter with tech apparently, and I'm gonna cling to that. That there's one person out there who's a successful YouTuber whose streams break down more than mine do. Was this worth it? No, God no, and I resent everybody who made me watch this. A pox upon you all. Sending it to Aiko. Have a good night, everyone. We will be live again tonight at 9 p.m. on President's Sunday Dark. Be there. I'm not asking you. All right. See you in a bit. Oh, is Suresh live? Maybe I'll send you there. What's his channel called? I'm not gonna be able to find it. Okay, I'm gonna send you to Aiko, and we'll raid into them next time.